building my empire in this buzzing town, casting my vision on the silver screen, my funded life, a vivid sheen, my funded futures, light the way.
Good morning, traders. Happy Monday. Welcome to My Funded Futures and My Funded TV. Let's welcome our traders, Bull, Barbie, and Nick Does Futures. Come on down.
What's
Good
going
morning.
Good morning. Happy Monday. How are you guys feeling today?
on? Feeling good.
So far, so
Feeling
good.
Weekend. Y'all have a good one.
Yes, I did. Hi, good morning, chat. Good morning, Magnus. Good morning, Abhishek, Jeet, DH Acquisitions, Jan, Danny Jones, Pine Tree Trader. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, it was a good weekend. I was trying to think, like, what did I do that was different and new? Because that is a goal I have, like, every week to try something new. I can't think of what I did that was new. So maybe I didn't. Did you guys do anything interesting or different?
Not really.
It rained here, so not really a whole lot.
That's kind of the problem here too. Like I'm in Central Texas. We've been on the news for the rain, so
Yeah.
raining on our parade.
Oh man, I did see that you went shopping, did some retail therapy, Barbie, as you mentioned
Yep.
on Friday. How was that?
Got some of that done. That's always fun. You'll be
Well,
irresponsible for a little bit.
well deserved, all of your hard work. Who wants to go first? Speaking of work, Nick or Barbie? Barbie, you want to go first today? Maybe.
Sure.
I feel like Nick's going first lately.
Yeah, don't make it awkward. Just we'll just go with it.
Let's go with
I'm
it.
always ready.
All right, let's go, Barbie. What are you thinking this morning?
So I left this box on. This is the one we were talking about last week where we've just been chopping around, and I didn't continue it on today yet, but I'm still kind of looking at that. The reason that we were not expecting price to move around a ton is just because of the economic calendar and lack of catalysts. So we talked about this last week, how it was really, really dead, but we were expecting some things this week. So we're finally at those things. We have, well, it was pretty dry today. So that's what I'm saying. Like on this chart here, maybe we could draw this box out one more candle here and see if today kind of is more in line with last week. And then we kind of get something new as we come into this bigger data today or later this week, not today, after today. So tomorrow's CPI, that's massive. And the market's always waiting on that number. Y'all know we've had drama with the Fed. There's all these posts over the weekend about how Powell's no good and can we get him out early and he's resigning and all this stuff. We'll see what actually happens there. I think we're probably going to be in for that drama for a little bit longer. But Wednesday PPI and Thursday we have unemployment claims and retail sales. So a lot more exciting in the middle of the week than it is today. That's okay. We can get ready for that stuff. We do have earnings coming up too. This is not the big earnings that, this week's minor exciting. The big ones are still coming yet, but we have a lot of banks coming before the bell tomorrow and before the bell Wednesday. There's a lot of banks, and then we have Netflix later. There's a couple things there. I still think that the CPI is going to be kind of our big thing to watch, at least initially. So what that could look like is today kind of keeps hanging around in this box, and then we can get a move above or below, hopefully tomorrow with the CPI. We'll see. The first thing, yeah, this chart's real marked up, but I'll show you what I'm looking at. These are kind of the same levels that we've been playing last week with the 6285 on ES and the 6300, and we're hanging around those. So I'm expecting those to be key levels still. One thing that I wanted to point out here is we do have a gap on futures, and I'm not as into the SPX gaps and the RTH gaps, but when we have the gaps in the futures, those I haven't actually run those statistics. I just know that these fill a lot, and I can play those a lot. I already did get a little bit of a long overnight on this, but that's what I marked up here. So the gap fill to ES is at 62.94. I saw y'all chatting a little bit before trying to figure out what the actual gap fill was. So I just wanted to point this out. There is a low on this candle. So the low is a little bit below that gap. But when we're talking about an overnight gap or an over the weekend gap, what we're looking at is the close price. So that was the close price there at 62.94. The low was a little bit below that, but we're going from the close price to the open price for that gap. So we're inside of that gap now. If we get this gap fill, you can kind of see this pattern that's forming right here. And I'm not putting a ton of weight onto it before. I mean, this could all change tomorrow when we get into CPI. But you can see we have just this higher or lower highs, lower lows kind of formation forming in here. But we're also right at support. So the market's really balanced. It doesn't have an obvious place to move to, which kind of lends us into more chop. So the most obvious kind of thing to look for is this gap fill on ES. And then it could kind of fall back into chop and get real slow, or it could fall back down and start targeting this overnight low we had at 52.60, maybe down to 62.50 if it's really got the bears excited today. Otherwise, we can kind of just end up chopping, and every time we kind of pull away from the 62.85 level, kind of head back to it. If they get something going, I think it's going to be 6,300 and then kind of lollygag around up higher, maybe up into the test that high from Friday up there at 63.12.75. But yeah, relatively quiet looking right now. So we'll see if that changes. There's a lot going on, just kind of pending and waiting.
Thanks, Barbie. Nick, what are you thinking today?
Yeah, that gap is somewhat of interest to me too. I feel like the more we kind of consolidate in this range, that makes me think we're gonna drop lower at like a high impact news event like CPI and NFP, and then continue the trend post the news driver. So if I was watching NQ just for today, though, I'd probably definitely have this gap marked off. As I said, I opened the charts like literally 20 minutes ago, so I did not see this move down here last night. But I'd have this gap marked off. We do have some relative equal lows here that you could maybe target on the open here in like 15 minutes. Maybe we shoot lower. I really don't have a play for today in terms of where I think the market's going. You could take a trade from this gap targeting these lows if you wanted to. You could take a play, maybe fill in the gap, continuing like the bullish trend. It's very hard for me in this range bound market a day before CPI. As for gold here, I'm definitely watching a retracement inside this 4-hour gap. Reversal, a lower time frame reversal inside this 4-hour gap to target back up to the high and then this daily high as well. So that's really the only thing for me. I mean, the day before high impact news drivers are not really my favorite days, except it was like 2 weeks ago when we got the trade before NFP. But I don't. The day before it was clear. Like right now, I don't know what the NASDAQ wants to do. I don't know what ES wants to do. So days like today, I would just be aiming for low hanging fruit, whether it's buy side or sell side, whatever you're thinking. Just be very aggressive with taking profits, right? Just get in, get out, and just wait for like the high impact news driver to hit. Like CPIs are like one of my favorite days to trade. Like for post 9:30, I get a lot of good moves in there, and I feel like there's a lot of volatility, obviously, and that's just kind of like what I like to trade. So the day before, I just noticed that price likes to consolidate. So it's been doing this for the past 11 since July 3rd. So until I see something proving me otherwise, I'm just gonna think it's gonna do what it's been doing. So doesn't mean you can't find any day trades or scalps in here. It's just for me, it's just trickier. It's tricky, yeah. So yeah, this is the daily chart, and I mean, look at what I found funny was this was the weekly open last week, last Sunday, and this was Friday's close right here. we closed right by the weekly open. So what's that mean? Like we didn't expand higher or lower all week. We did some. We went lower, came higher, went lower, came higher, but didn't really do much. So yeah, I'm gonna be waiting for CPI, but that can change at open if I see something I like. But as of right now, nothing too clear to me. Excuse me.
Be fast, be nimble in these current
Right.
conditions. Chat, what are you guys thinking? Long or short today, or you're just going to sit on your hands? Type in S if you're thinking short, type in long if you're thinking long, and type in N if you say no trade for me today. Yeah, the day before CPI. It could be choppy. And like we had that day last week where in pre-market, nothing was really happening. And then the market opened and all three of us got winning trades and market really moved.
Yeah. So, I mean, sometimes things just become a lot more clear once the market opens with volatility and stuff like that. So, but yeah, I mean, you guys have seen me before come on here. Like I'm watching something at open and hopefully it comes down to that level or up to that level. And then I'll take a trade. I'll take a trade from there. But as of right now, nothing. Doesn't mean I won't take anything. But
Yep. I am seeing, I'm seeing quite a no trades. Long, short, let's see. It looks like a mix. Lots of no trades today. So today we have our special guest Pine Tree Trader. He will be on at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. And we have about 12 minutes before the market is going to open. NASDAQ is down 57 points in the red, and ES is down about 17 points. The gap could fill. We don't know. So the overnight news, I heard it was Trump announcing a 30% additional tariff on Europe and another, was it Canada?
yeah, I wish we could ban the T word from the stock market. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean it's a little bit different than it used to be. They're pawns now. They're not tools in the traditional economic sense. They're being used as political pawns right now. But yeah, it's going to be all over social media and all over the news. But yeah, it says Trump announces 30% tariffs on the EU and Mexico. But I mean the market reacted really strongly to tariff news at the beginning of tariff news, and now the market's really shrugging it off because the market's caught on to the fact that these are political pawn tariffs, not economic tool tariffs.
Yeah, like why we'll see the market sell off and then it just gets quickly bought up. Same
We
day.
haven't even had a big sell-off since the major kind of drama in the first round. All of these little, I mean, I haven't seen a major sell-off. These are all just normal retracements that we get in bull markets. There's been nothing scary since that initial news.
Yeah, we are just hovering around those all-time highs, and we made a new high. It is quite something. I think the tariffs, the latest, it's hard to keep up. I heard the latest, I think they go into effect August 1st, but things keep getting pushed back, and yeah, I have no idea what is
Don't
going to
get
happen.
married to any idea about what the tariff will be and when it will go into effect. That's the takeaway.
Yes. Be nimble. Don't get biased to any news for that matter. I am in a short right now. My stop is above the high of day from pre-market. So anything can happen. We'll see what happens. NASDAQ is just chopping around. 10 more minutes until the market is going to open. Yeah, this is just straight barcoding right here.
One thing I'm going to be watching is this hourly fair value gap just to see if price will want to bounce from here. On the 1 hour chart, basically the 3 a.m. candle. We have relatively equal lows here on the NASDAQ. So maybe price will want to do something like this. Maybe go lower at the open. Looks like it's respecting this gap. Come lower, create a buy model up to these highs, back at the previous day high, or just going to fill this gap. So it could be trying to trap some people in the early longs, thinking, right at open, it's going to fill this gap, comes lower, runs them all out to these equal lows, and then goes higher. So that's something I'll be watching. So, but if it just shoots higher from here, I literally have no trade. But if it goes lower, maybe somewhere in here is what I'll be watching. So I'm just going to set my alerts. Set my alerts on these relative equal lows. And I'll probably set it inside this gap too on the hourly, and just wait, sit there and wait. No, I mean, I'm really in no hurry because I think we've actually checked this in Discord the past, I think 6 or 7 months. Since December, every single CPI we've had like A+ setup on CPI. So if I know that that's most likely coming tomorrow, what am I doing, today? Like taking a B or a C setup. You see what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
I'm definitely gonna be more patient today.
Like you don't need to force it today when tomorrow there's going to likely be many opportunities.
Likely,
much better.
yes.
Likely. Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, Nick, that makes me want to get out of my short. I'll let it run though. My stop is at 912.
No, I mean, I would love for it to go lower first.
Right? Yeah. I'd love for it to go lower. It looks like, I think it might take it. So
Yeah,
NASDAQ is down about 50 points. It could fill and then turn around maybe. But if I lose on this trade, it's not a biggie because we're not risking very much here. My entry was at 904. Abhishek said, full port Terry, let's go.
Yeah, we need some full port Terry.
I know, right? I am in a mini instead of 1 micro. I know on Friday I was in 1 micro. Oh, that is kind of full porting on this Starter Plus account on a 50K.
That's true. Some of these accounts, like it's not MyFundedFutures so much, but some of them will let you do size that will ruin your account in a few seconds. So
yes, like 10 minis allowed up. Oh, I just got tagged out, guys. So if you can trade 10 minis right away with only a $2,000 drawdown, it's like, oh my gosh, yeah, that can get you in trouble real quick. Just like getting in on a market order, you're potentially
one of the
going
nice
to lose
things
right
about
away.
futures, though, is our market orders, at least in ES and NQ, and then the MES and MNQs, we have so much liquidity. I think if you are just a futures trader, you don't appreciate how easy it is to get in and out of positions. If you've traded some weird options, or if you've tried to trade NDX options or anything like that, that's when the spreads really get crazy. So
yeah, and I know all the older floor traders, they used to talk about the bid and the ask was massive, and that was a strategy how they would make their money. They would sell to people on the bid, and then they would buy on the bid, they would sell, they would be the ones making the markets, right? So they're
yeah, it's
offering.
arbitrage trading, and you can actually still do that. There's still some options. I've done that. Some of these options that don't really work anymore. You used to be able to do it on Amazon options because Amazon was at like 1,200, and because of the split, the spreads have tightened and things like that. But there's still some like that, like Chipotle. Sometimes if you just sit there long enough when it's chopping, I used to do this on Bitcoin too, is just play the spreads. But yeah, on futures, that doesn't really work so much. But
exactly, and that's what I've heard a lot of the old traders, the floor traders say.
You called me an old trader?
No, not you. Of course not. No, the old floor traders, a lot of them didn't make it when they transitioned to electronic trading, because that was the only strategy that a lot of them traded was, just collecting that spread, because it was such a big spread. But now the spreads are super tight, so it's much harder. Yeah, I don't on futures. Okay, market is looking like it wants to fill. We have less than 5 minutes left before the market's going to open. Should we set the first bounty? What do you guys
Let's
think?
do it.
Let's do it?
Yeah, let's do it.
What do you think, Nick, for the first bounty of the day, of the week?
450 right now, so maybe Mm,
Chat
hmm.
saying 600, 500, 500, 550,
I want to do 7-7.
7. Corey says 700. Ooh, Denny Jones says 800, 800. I'm seeing a lot of like 550 Mondays. You want to do 700? How about we split it at 600?
Let's do
600?
650, 650. That's only 200
650.
more.
All right, let's do 650, 650. The bounty is set. 650 likes, 650 views. Let's go, guys. Share the stream. Let everyone know how fun our show is and to come join us. Oh my gosh, we're almost at 17,000 subscribers, you guys. Let's get it to 17,000 today. That would be amazing. Yeah, share the stream. So this week's promo, it continues the 50% off any account, any size, use code YouTube. And then after that, you get 15% off the Starter Plus and the Expert accounts. Use code YouTube for that. Okay, the first bounty is set. Once we hit that bounty, then the treasure will drop. And we won't know if it will be in the next few seconds, in the next 20 minutes, but we do want to unlock that bounty so that you guys can get a free either account or a free reset. All right, less than 3 minutes. Market is going to open. NASDAQ is looking like it wants to fill. It's down now only 27 points. ES is down now only -9 points. Oh, it looks like ES almost has filled that
It's
futures
there.
gap. It's going.
NASDAQ's closer. NASDAQ's almost there.
Yeah, I like how I
It's
said
going.
it's
Oh,
probably going to
shit.
trap
Come
those.
on.
It's probably going to
trapping-
trap those traders long and then go lower. It's not doing
Yeah.
that. It's going higher.
I've been in the long for gap fill though, so let's go. Just finish it. Just finish it. Come on.
Yeah, Brad said, sounds like Barbie was long. Go, go, go.
Woo! I'm out. Okay, it's perfect timing. I wanted to be out of that before the market opened. Okay, we got 1 minute and 20 seconds.
Nice trade. SBM says, I'm also long.
All right, we're gonna switch accounts now though. So
Soup Dit said, we go higher from here. Good luck. Good luck to everyone who's long.
we could. I was going for that play, and now I'm gonna sit back and wait for the next one. Hopefully, we get something good. We'll see. It would have been nicer if that happened after RTH and given us a nice power move, and I didn't have to wait for 30 minutes. But that's okay.
Great trade, Barbie.
Yeah, good trade, Barbie.
Thank you. We're still not quite to the ES gap fill too. So we've got. Oh wait, are we? No, not quite. We missed it by 2 ticks.
It's
It's trying to get this all done. There it is. We're getting it done before market open. So now what?
Now what? Woohoo!
I wonder if we keep filling in this chop a little bit, but we'll see.
Yeah.
This first candle could be a little wild. 20 seconds.
20 seconds. 19, 18. MyFundedFutures is cooking, you guys. I will.
Is it
share.
breakfast? I want breakfast tacos. Brisket, egg, and brisket. Yeah, brisket, egg, and that's good. Brisket and egg.
You said
Okay,
brisket?
countdown. 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding, 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 ding. Market is open.
There you go. Yeah.
Pushing higher.
Boba
It's
got
going
that one
higher.
too. Woo.
Let me share my screen real quick. I'm going to show you guys this gold setup.
Okay.
Yeah. I see it.
Real quick, you guys. So MyFundedFutures is cooking social media giveaway. Share the stream on Twitter and Instagram with your own words. Make sure you tag MyFundedFutures and MyFundedTV. And MyFundedFutures will pick 10 people before the end of day to give away a free account, a 50K Starter Plus. So go out and do that. And make sure you tag MyFundedFutures and MyFundedTV for a chance to win a free account.
Let's see gold.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, wow.
so gold's got this gap here that I marked off before market open. Just kind of want to see if price wants to respect it. If it does, and we start to make a nice move to the upside, got these relative equal highs right here. You could use as a target for price to get up into. The daily chart is really really strong, really bullish now in the past couple of days. So I would love a close above this high here from July 3rd and then target up to June 23rd.
Mm-hmm.
So this level right here is pretty important because if it doesn't respect this level, I don't really see where else it could respect down here unless it just wanted to go lower. If it goes lower, then we don't have a trade in there because I really only want longs on this on gold, just it's just easier to trade it when going long, mainly just due to how it's been trading. But I will say, ever since it was trading nice the first quarter of the year, but ever since this tariff stuff came out, it's kind of had some range bound conditions. So
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to get out of that and start to make a move back to all time highs. So this 4 hour gap is something I'm watching on this. So maybe close above here, this gap, and then you could look to target up to here. The only problem is at 10 o'clock, you're probably gonna have an hourly gap in here to the downside. But I like these highs. So it all depends on how the candles are displaced. Are they moving very quickly? Is it obvious that price is in a hurry to get somewhere, preferably to these highs? Then I'll take a trade. But that's kind of like the best setup of the day. I'm watching indices. What are they doing right now?
Nasdaq's a party right now. It's up, it's down. Like
Right.
this is the wickiest little candle.
Yeah, so it shot up and now it's kind of wicking lower. So gold's probably my top watch for the day. Doesn't mean it's like
I can see
super.
it being a little bit easier today, though. I
It's
see your
easier,
point.
but it's not easy if that makes sense.
Yeah.
It's still not like setting up like anything A plus. I don't think. Gold in a low time frame megaphone if I can pull it. Yeah. It's kind of just been running lows and highs. No real displacement in the past couple months, but we'll see what happens here. Maybe at 9:45 we get a close above here, start to disrespect some of these gaps, and we can use that to target back up to the highs. So yeah, that's kind of all I'm watching. But I'll put my charts back here on. Don't think we're going to tag this gap I was watching on indices, but we did fill the new week opening gap, and that's usually we got a new week opening gap coming into Monday. It's probably gonna go attack that if it hasn't already. It's gonna use it as support.
I really liked how we had that impulsive move away from it. Like we when we opened, it was a gap and go.
Mm.
And then they just left that open for us to come fill this morning. I love that.
Yeah.
Vala Trades is in the house. Good morning, Vala.
No, what's up?
Vala, what are you thinking for the day? Are you long? Are you thinking longs or shorts? Are you going to sit on your hands?
We're kind of tagging where it makes that trend line that I showed earlier on the hourly, that little move we made to fill that gap. Here, I'll show y'all. That little move that we made to fill that gap really helped establish this trend line too. I'm going to draw this for y'all. My ugly trend lines will always get judged, but I don't care.
I think they're pretty.
Y'all get the idea. You can draw them prettier and better if you want to. I just like to have a general idea of the trend, but that gap fill really nailed us into that trend line. That's why I was wondering if the market is really going to have the power to get us through there, or if we're going to end up just falling back into this kind of magnetic area down here. I think that's why we're really slow this morning. Is the mission kind of was easy and got accomplished early, and now what? So. And we're seeing that a little bit because NASDAQ is trying to move lower and ES is kind of hanging out up here a little bit. So this kind of, when I see this kind of thing, I'm waiting for the market to kind of shake it out a little bit and figure out what's going to happen.
I did hop back into the short with 5 micros.
There you go.
Yeah, so the trade is up about for $300-ish, $377. It's just bouncing around right now. So sometimes I'll do that, like where if the first one doesn't work, I'll size down if I still like the idea. Because when I've tried to do the opposite, like where if the first one doesn't work and then I try and double the size, that doesn't work for me.
I thought that was a little wild because those progressive betting strategies, they count when you are betting the same amount every time.
Yeah.
And the way I look at it is the market's not giving us the same opportunity every day.
Yeah.
So I know some people do that where they're real systematic and all that. It's just then you have to be a really systematic trader.
Yes. Yeah. And I like to do both. I think that is what I like to do, is both. Baba June says, let's F go. Full port Terry. Oh,
Wait, say that
man.
again? Oh,
LFG. Anything can happen. Market is trying to figure it out. It's right at about unchanged. NQ is. Yeah, that impulsive move up and then it just pushed it down. But now the bulls are trying to get control back. A bounce off of this 9. This line is a 9 SMA. Anything can happen. Crude is also hovering around unchanged. How's ES looking? ES is down about 7 points. How does VIX look this morning, Barbie?
we're hanging around 17 right now. There's still a gap to fill lower on VIX, but VIX can kind of move more slowly when it's down in this kind of sub 19-20 range. So we'll see. I like it's not giving me a clear signal. So if we had VIX with a gap to fill lower and still room for the markets to run higher without the resistance of a trend line and kind of getting into the lower time frame extensions, it would be a lot easier. We don't have that ease of being able to run right now because we have mixed conditions. So having a gap below on VIX, but hitting 2.5 ATR on the hourly, it's kind of that's why we're getting a tug of war. That's what creates chop, is when you've got kind of conflicting plans and they're literally kind of doing a tug of war. Conflicting objectives, I guess, is the way I like to think about it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, filling that gap was kind of a natural objective of the market. So that objective is complete. Now what's the next objective? And I think that's what we're having some different opinions about that from the different market participants right now.
The tug of war. And when there's a tug of war, what I hear from you and Nick is that it's perfectly okay. Like, just sit and wait and see what happens.
Yeah, like I think also I don't know about Nick, but one of the biggest complaints that I always get, no, whether I'm in the Discord or streaming or wherever it is like, you're not in a trade right now. And I'm like, yep, my job's not to be exposed to the market 23/5 or 24/7 or anything like that. My risk, my job is to expose my risk to the market at very key times and with very key strategies.
No, I'm the same way. Like we've had people come in our Discord too and be like, haven't traded today. Well, what's up with that? I'm like, bro, you're just not gonna last here, man. You know what I mean? Like, especially I think it was 2 weeks ago? It was 4th of July week. The only
that one we had a lot of that too. Like, what do you mean you're not making $1,000 every minute right now?
Yeah, no. And then the only trade I took was the day before the holiday, was on Wednesday, and that was it for the whole week. So, yeah, I mean, so sometimes it is like that, but that's not always, it's not always the goal for me. I show up every single day, try to, put on risk if I see a trade. And I think most people just come in trying to make money, and that's you're gonna be let down. You're gonna get let down a lot if that's your goal every single day. So, yeah, it looks like going lower on NASDAQ. Gold starting to shoot higher, this is very nice on gold. So we'll see how we close in the next 5 minutes. But what was it? I think Barbie was talking about the news. So is it Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday is the news?
That's the way I was looking at it. Well, mostly Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We got
Tuesday,
consumer
Wednesday,
confidence on Friday. I don't really care that much about that one personally, but
that used to be red folder, I think.
it'll move the market, but I mean, maybe we'll get 10 points instead of 30 kind of thing. So I don't do a whole lot of planning around it. But yeah, here's the Forex Factory calendar, nice and easy to read. And I do have the yellow folder filtered out right now, but I didn't see anything yellow folder worth not filtering out. So
we did hit the bounty. Awesome job, guys. So that unlocks the treasure anytime. Everyone get prepared. It can either be for a free account reset, or for a free account. They are limited, so you have to be fast. So everyone get ready. I was thinking about this, like, how do you get ready for these free drops where it's a code drop on the screen? And if you don't know if it's going to be a free reset or a free giveaway, like account giveaway, and I think maybe the best strategy is to open up like 2 windows, like have a reset ready to go. Like, so an account that you recently lost that you'd like to reset, go in the process like you're going to reset it, and then get to the screen where it says where you can enter a code. So have that ready, and then have another window where you're ready to buy an account. Usually I feel like they've been 50K starter plus accounts usually. So maybe have that window to try and be fast. Yeah, so T Mouse says Terry's giving away all the sauce. Just trying to help you guys out. I know it's so helpful to get some free accounts. MyFundedFutures, thank you so much. You guys give us accounts all day long. Make sure you try to win one off the social media one.
Yeah, I was
they're
gonna say, do
doing.
that social media one too. I like that one. So
Yeah, that
tag
one
me
is
too.
fun.
Tag MyFundedFutures.
Yeah, tag all of us so we can see what you guys are up to.
Yeah, one thing I know, like that was kind of the same way it was like when like a lot of people play video games, like you had to have a separate screen up in case they drop the code so you could type it in or something like that. That's just kind of something that you could do. Oh wow, it's starting to get moved lower here. So
Big
I was
push
kind
lower.
of watching that.
Okay, it is trading below VWAP, and my trade is about $900 in profit. I'm going to let it
There you go.
run, right? It's going. I'm going to trail my stop, and now it's in profit for sure, locking in 30 points. I'm looking for another 100 points below this. I have no idea if we'll get it or not. I'm going to be ambitious. It is going. So that's what I'm looking for. It doesn't mean I'm not going to just take this trade off. I might, depending on what the market does. Now it's in profit by over $1,000. Let's go. It is moving.
Who else is in this? Who else is banking on the short right now? Let us know.
Yeah, let us know in chat. So the 5-minute order people got taken in on the short side. 15-minute. Let's see what the 15-minute one does.
Yeah, we haven't closed the first 15-minute candle yet, but we're getting close.
This was a big push down.
Yeah,
Nice
it ran those
big
equal lows I
candle.
was talking about from like 7 a.m. So that's
Right
a good place to maybe take some off if I was in. But yeah, great trade.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm tempted to take some off, but I'm gonna trail this one. So this is locked.
You also got some equal lows down there at 22,805 as well on the hourly.
22,805. Let's
Yeah,
take a look on the hourly.
you'll see
Oh
them there.
yeah,
So,
right about here.
Mhm.
Here.
No, like 805. Yeah, down there.
Oh, 805. Yeah. Oh yeah, these two. Yep.
Mhm.
Look at these wicks. I kind of like this, how I changed the bodies, the colors. So, but I left the colors of the wicks the same. It is easier for me to see. Okay, full port, Thunderbird. Thunderbird, good luck. Jim Dye is short at 22,921. Congratulations. That one's printing money. Low 0Q TP hit. Congratulations. I'm tempted to just take this off because it's like in so much profit. But I
It's always
am
an
going.
option.
Yes, it is always an option, or taking some off. Yeah, I might just lock this in, guys. I'm gonna lock it in. No. Yeah, I'm gonna lock it in. This is a funded account, so I want to lock in some gains, right? Ashtray says, "Take it, Terry." Big green. Yes. Thank you, Ash. Ash Trades is on right after us.
That's
And
what I was thinking just then is that I mean, you know that old adage, if you want to screenshot it and brag about it, it's time to book it.
Time to book it. Yeah. Isn't that weird? Like right when you're like, oh my God, this is such an amazing profit, and like you want to take a picture, for whatever reason, the market can like easily reverse.
No, usually like when you take profits, it goes even further. That's what's crazy.
Yeah. And then you just have to sit with that FOMO, which is not it's okay though, because it's like the
You got some
objective
in, you know?
yeah, the objective isn't to get like the whole move, even though that's super sexy. Like, oh, I caught, 200 points today in one trade. It's super sexy, but to me, it's like I'd rather get paid
Right, yeah.
and just get a piece of the pie.
I'm trying to catch up on your books, right? I'm
Yeah,
trying
I'm
to catch
booked.
up on the Nvidia move that has happened. I haven't totally found all the news. Maybe chat knows some of it. Moving off of that one. Look at what Nvidia has done. This is the 15-minute. So
Wow.
Wow.
yeah. And I was looking at the news feed. I didn't see anything. There might have been something overnight that the market's just now digesting, but there's definitely something going on over here.
Something's happening.
Also pay attention to NQ and ES right now. ES is going higher and NQ is going lower.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out kind of where this might be coming from, which is why I was kind of looking at the FANG charts and noticed this Nvidia move. Right out the gate, all of tech was kind of pumping, including Nvidia, and now we've got Apple and Nvidia really kind of tanking. I mean, tanking, it's at 162. We had an opportunity to buy it at like 90 this year, but compared to where it was last week, it's getting a little ugly there right now. Apple too. See if I got Apple handy. So we had this is that move up, and it's just become a wick now, and Apple's kind of headed straight down. We might be headed to 200 on Apple today. We'll see. But yeah, tech is really mixed in general. You can look at this chart can be a little bit hard to read, but what we're looking at is this gray area is the pre-market, and then these are the first candles. We have the first 15-minute formed, and we're working on the second. But it's pretty mixed out of tech, and this is, I think, what we're seeing on the indexes right now too is more of that tug of war. Look at you, Terry. You got that booked at the right time.
Woo! Thank goodness. Oh, that feels good.
Quick question, Barbie. That Fed's rate thing that you had pulled up on Friday, what is that saying now? Since I think Powell was talking about resigning like post Friday. Like, is that number
We can go
changed?
get it. I don't think that'll change the rates. So I still have. This is the September one loaded. I haven't touched this, so I'm going to refresh it and see if it changed. It was at 60 and 35. So we'll go back to September. Is it 61 and 30, 61% chance that we go one bump lower and 36% chance that we stay the same. So it's about the same. I don't expect the Powell news to affect the rate that much. I guess it could. If Powell's out, somebody might be more aggressive with it, but he's not the only one there. There's a lot of members. He's just the most public as the head of the Fed, but
Anything could happen. Yeah, it seems like there's just a lot of headlines, noise, and I mean, what I am learning from the both of you is like, don't get caught up in marrying some headline or waiting, anticipating, getting
I've
too
seen that a
biased.
lot, especially when we were first starting the Discord. There was a lot of, the data impacts were just huge. Like we were playing data moves a lot, and there was a lot of talk. It was like, but we know kind of how the data is coming out. Why is the market going the other way? And you have to remember, there's a lot more to that. It's like, has that move been priced in or not? So we're not looking for the answer that everyone is expecting. We're always looking for that surprise. The surprise, the unexpected is what the market's going to react to, not the expected. So even if you know the results of data, you don't necessarily know the direction that the market's going to take it, because you don't know like how much of that is priced in. You can kind of learn to get a feel for that. And the Fed's a good example of we're right now we're pricing in a 60% chance that the September meeting is going to have a drop. But if there's a surprise on that or a change on that, that's when we're going to get a big rally or big drop.
Look at that divergence on ES and NQ.
Yeah, this is telling me to be happy with that little trade I took earlier and chill.
Yeah,
Awesome
100%.
trade.
Yeah, you got
Okay.
long, you got short. Now it's my turn. I gotta find something in here. Maybe gold long. Maybe gold long.
How is gold looking, Nick?
Yeah, it's moving higher. It didn't push up like I wanted it to. Like I was hoping for a close above here.
Mm.
And then someone in my group added me talking about this trade right here to previous day high. Now that we did not make a gap, so I think they're in this trade to previous day high on NQ from this gap, which is a very very solid setup. So yeah, no, we'll see what happens. I would probably wait for a close above here. Close above this level, and I would personally just like go long in here, stop below here, previous day high. Still a 2-hour trade if it gets there. So, and I just get a little bit more confirmation, right? So,
Yeah.
especially on a day like today where like it's definitely needed because there's gonna be a lot of fake outs on both sides of the market. So,
And earlier you did remind us that if your day is trading the CPI day, that you don't have to take a trade like the day before, and knowing that potential very good opportunities could come up tomorrow.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what I
no.
mean, I think that's what we mean by not forcing it, right? Like you wait for the right opportunity. You don't take just whatever random crap comes your way.
Yeah. Denny Jones has a question. Denny
Yeah, I was
Jones
looking at
says,
that.
what do y'all think of Renko charts or HA candles, which I believe is Heikinashi candles?
Yeah, Heikinashi. I know that some people really love the Heikinashi and the Renkos. Some people really like that clarity where it's like really showing you the trend or I guess lack thereof. I've just never found my happiness with them. I do really well with regular candles, and so I mean, I learned on regular candles. I think if you learn from someone who uses Heikinashis, I know a trader, and I took some private lesson from him really early on, and he uses Heikinashis, and they make a lot of sense, and he makes a lot of money. But he only uses Heikinashis. He doesn't kind of move around a lot, and that's kind of the same with Renkos. They're kind of like another just very specific candle that I think if you have strategies, you have strategies specific to Renkos are specific to Heikinashis, and that's good for you. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. It's just not something that I've personally gotten into.
And it sounds like what you're also saying is whatever you choose, just stick with that. Like if you want
Now,
to do,
I do like, yeah, I do like the Heikinashi close. So that would be that's the average of the high low open and close of the previous candle, and that's a really good level. I was actually going to teach on that a little bit in the coming weeks, but yeah, the Heikinashi close is a good level, good one to know about.
what do you think about them, Nick?
Honestly, I don't know too much about them. But yeah, I don't. Aren't they? Just like don't they just like look different? Like I didn't know like there was like a
Yeah, I
thing
can
behind them.
show on my chart. Okay, so
Yeah, if you
here,
don't mind.
yeah, so here is, so this is just the regular candle chart that
Right.
most people are familiar with. So this is a Renko chart. I'll just do the regular settings. I forgot how these are averaged. It's just different ways of displaying the data. So
It's based on it's based on tick, as in not each price tick up and down, but each trade tick. So it's showing you each trade that's happened, or each price movement. Not necessarily a trade, but it is a trade because these are trades on the chart. That's a weird way to explain it, but it's showing you how the orders have come in more than a regular candlestick.
yeah, and then you can look at the Heikinashi candles, and this is, in a way, some people use these as an indicator. Like they'll use this, and they'll also use candlesticks.
Huh.
So this is the Heikinashi candles, and what it does is it actually takes the data from the previous candles and it combines it into the current candle too. So like you'll see on a good trend day, like here, you'll see where it's just kind of averaging. I forgot exactly how it does it, but so for some people use these candles because it's clear to them when they look at them as far as like what the market's doing trend wise. or if the
Oh.
market is just like chopping
Oh, the
around.
code drop. Code drop.
Oh, code drop, guys. Free reset, use code. Oh man, I missed it.
Natural objective 50.
Thank you, Nick. Let us know if you got it. Jan got it. Natural objective 50. J-Buzz, thank you. Roman Arts got it. Woohoo. Tadcod Gaming got it. LJU, you got it. Congratulations, guys. Oh, In Despair says, I always get accepted but lose at the checkout.
Did I
Gotta
get
find
it?
a faster way. Shoot, I know, they go fast. We will be doing giveaways throughout the rest of the day, including more drops and then also like a form, which is great because then it's not based on speed, which is nice. And then don't forget to do the social media giveaway. Tag MyFundedFutures and MyFundedTV and also all of us too, so we can see what you guys are up to.
Yeah, tag
And
us on Twitter.
yeah, tag us all. And MyFundedFutures will pick 10 people before the end of the trading day to give away free accounts. Trading with Forrest is in the house. Hey, Forrest.
I put on my screen as Haikanashi close. I don't know if anyone was really listening to what I was talking about there, but if you take the Haikanashi close of the daily candle and use it as a line in the sand on your charts, well, I was trying to show it, but it's the average of the high, low, open, and close, basically.
Okay, gotcha.
Like that's how it's calculated.
I've seen people use them, not really, too familiar with. I didn't know there was a whole.
Not even just the candle. I'm trying to teach y'all a new trick. It's okay. I don't have my screen up, but oh, there we go. So this is the Haikanashi close. If you take the Haikanashi close for the daily candle and put it on your chart, you have a line in the sand, and you can kind of get a bias just based on this. So you take yesterday's open, high, low, close, add those together, divide by 4. It's the average of those 4. That's the Haikanashi close. And if you put that on your chart, it can really help give you some bias for the day. This is what I'm actually making a video on this. So y'all, it's like a preview of my video, but so that'll give you like a line in the sand where you can be bullish above, bearish below to some extent. But if you're not really good with bias, this is a good one to kind of get that off of.
Yeah, so I bet it really works. Like you'll really see it start to work on like trend days, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And so even if you're not into Haikanashis, this is something that the old school traders will use. Like some of the old floor traders and stuff, when they talk about calculating those levels every single day, this is one of those levels that they're looking at. So more than like watching Haikanashi candles, what I've kind of done is study like how people are using them, and this is one of the ways that I really liked. So
Wow.
random tidbit there.
Hey, I'll share my screen real quick before I head out. Kind of just show what I'm watching before Pine comes in. This hourly, I had a good draw in terms of I thought we'd attack these lows right at open. As for a move higher to previous day high, we haven't got that yet. I'd like to see it close here. I do have a student in right now, but I'd like to see it close above here. And then for gold, if I want to get long, I want to see it close, preferably a strong close above one of these two levels to target back to these equal highs. But tomorrow is my day, is where I like to have fun. So if I got to sit out today, that's perfectly fine. But yeah, no, first CPI, I think, with you guys tomorrow. So hopefully we can catch some trades. But yeah, I'll see y'all tomorrow.
Thanks, Nick. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, take it easy.
You too. Let's welcome Pine Tree Trader. Come on down. I think he's walking down the stairs.
We need a little pine tree spinning around, little pine tree.
Hello, I'm here.
Hey, Pine Tree Trader, how are you feeling?
Doing great this morning. How you guys doing?
Good. We Barbie and I both booked some profits in our trades this morning.
Oh, nice.
And I'm glad, because now we're not getting much of anything, but that's kind of what I was worried about. So
yeah, we had that big move and then it just kind of moved sideways now.
How's your morning going?
Great. So I'm booking some profits, which is always good.
Booking some profits.
Yeah. Yeah, I basically took a long, kind of pre-market, just before the market opened, off an outside bar, which is something I've been working on. And I just took a little 5-point scalp, and then I ended up hopping in again once the market opened for a little 10-point scalp. So just like 15 points so far. But yeah, not bad.
Nice trade. For our audience members who they haven't met you yet, can you quickly go over your kind of go-to strategies?
Oh yeah, so my go-to strategies are basically I trade the 5-minute chart, and I look for inside bars, harami candles, and recently I've kind of added these outside bars to my arsenal. And all I do, it's very simple. I just look for breaks of those bars, and it's literally that simple.
We like
Simple
simple.
trading is the best. Yeah. It's
Yeah,
do
yeah.
you want
It's
the hard mode or easy mode?
right. Yeah, no,
Easy
it's
mode.
super simple. I like
Please.
systematic trading. So it's really easy for me to kind of see these things on the 5-minute chart, and especially when I'm streaming too, like it just kind of pops up and it's just super easy to trade. But yeah, I mean that's basically my strategies. I do trade like ORBs too occasionally, and initial balance highs and lows, like breaks and breakdowns of the initial balance highs and lows.
So interesting. So the newest one you're kind of looking at and have been trading is the outside bars.
Yeah, so I've been looking at these outside bars, and there's an indicator on Tradeovate. It's been there forever, and I've used it forever. And it's LDT inside outside bars, and the inside bars I've always had painted, and I've just been trading those for like a few years. And then recently, someone in my chat was just like, "Do you ever trade the outside bars?" I'm like, "Well, no, not really. I don't really look at them." And then so I ended up just putting them on my chart like a week or so ago, and yeah, they kind of pay. But the only issue that I'm finding with them is like where to place my stop, because some of these outside bars are very large. So I've kind of been trailing my stop quite tight, because usually if I take an inside bar break, I place the stop on the opposite end. And the risk to reward is usually pretty good, but these outside bars tend to be pretty large, so a little trickier. So I'm still working on it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like your process on developing a new strategy.
Yeah. I just feel like you gotta like adapt to the markets, and constantly, like they're constantly changing. So like there's some days like if I trade an inside bar or whatever, like they just don't work like all day for some
Yeah.
reason. Some days like every single inside bar will pay. It's just the way it is. But
Yeah, Barbie, you've talked about that too, just like adjusting to market conditions, like certain strategies might work better in certain conditions.
Yeah, I mean, when I first, because what really was the turning point for me was focusing on one thing at a time and becoming an expert in one strategy at a time. Of course, the frustrating thing about that is an individual strategy can kind of go through losing periods, and it can go through periods where it doesn't hit that often. So that was one of my first frustrations. Is one of my very favorite trades. The setup doesn't happen that often, and it happens like a few times a month. I'm really, really good at it. I just don't miss at it, but it doesn't happen that often. So that's where I kind of come with the diversity. Is that's a really, really high probability setup that doesn't happen that often. Where can I find something that hits a lot more often, even if it's lower probability? And then you kind of balance those, and I guess, like having a portfolio of strategies that you can use, and that really turned things around for me a lot.
Yeah, so Roberto asked, what is an outside bar?
basically the wicks and body are completely outside, so it actually wicked above or below the previous 5-minute candle. So literally it wicked above and below. So yeah, that's basically it. An inside bar is the body and the wick was inside the previous candle. So yeah.
Mr. Smith said, it's a place to drink out in the open, outside bar.
Yeah, that's right.
That's what we have at the hot tub.
But yeah, I agree with what Barbie said. Like I have like some systematic trades that only happen a few days a week, maybe once a week, maybe twice a week. And they're kind of time based and I have to wait. Like I have my own thing where I wait for if there's news at like my time, like 8:30 or before like 9:45 a.m., then I'll take this trade. But if there's any news after it, I won't take this trade. And it's time based around the 9:45 candle, Eastern time. And yeah, I only take it like maybe once or twice a week, if that. And it has a very low win rate. But when it pays like 3-4 times. Like, and last year, like I got like over 5,000 YM points with it.
Whew.
So, and it's
That
just like, and
sounds
it's
like
just
a
like a
lot.
set it and forget it. It's just like, set a bracket and just go. And yeah, it's pretty interesting. But yeah, but like for me, my personality is like, I like quick. That's why I kind of trade NQ. And so like taking scalps and things throughout the day, it's kind of fits my personality. That's why I trade like this setup, these setups. And the YM, I just kind of like keep it on in the background, like to the side.
Yeah.
You know?
And you're getting a lot of payouts. You've gotten a lot of payouts the last like year. When did you first start getting payouts with props? Was that a year ago or longer?
Yeah, just about a year and a half or so now. But it took me forever. Like I struggled so bad. I started trading in early 2021, and it took me 3.5 years to get a payout. 3.5 years to get a payout. And then once I started getting payouts, like it literally was like just a light bulb went off. And then all of a sudden it was just like payouts after payouts. And I don't think I've missed a month or whatever since, it's just something clicked. I don't know what it was. Well, I kind of do know what it was. It was basically, I would just have so much anxiety about when I got a funded account that I would just like totally forget my edge, totally forget my strategies, and then just go in way too heavy. I get so nervous about taking a trade that I literally would book profits way too early, and then I'd let my losers run.
Yep.
So I was like, oh, I'm green, and I'm like clicking out. Well, that doesn't work. Like it just doesn't work. And then I just started realizing like, okay, because I was used to trading a personal account before, and I was like, well, what am I really risking with these prop firms? And it's just like, well, it's the money that I invested in that account. So like, say a MyFundedFutures starter account, like I'm risking $100. Like that's what I'm really risking. I'm not risking $2,000, $3,000 in a personal account, and that kind of like helped me get over the anxiety of like placing a trade. It's not like the monopoly money that I see on the screen, like these 295 profits today. Like,
Yeah.
that's not real money yet. Once it gets a payout, it's real money. But psychologically, that's what helped me. If that makes sense.
That is part of your secret of how you overcame that barrier. AK said, I do this now at Pine Tree Traders. So that's super helpful, I think, for a lot of people to hear how you were able to overcome that and consistently get payouts now.
Yeah. And I think it's just like reps and screen time too. I mean, there really is no magic sauce. Like to me, like there's so many different ways to make money in this market. Like I watch you and Barbie trade totally different strategies and both make money. Like, and it's like, well, how can that
That's what
be?
we
Like,
do.
and it's like so many people trade ICT, so many people trade ORBs, and Bollinger Bands and all this stuff. And it's like there's just really no magic sauce. And I think the best thing to do is just find that edge, back test it first, make sure it's going to work for you, and then like keep forward testing it, but stick with it like over and over and over and over and over again. I think that's important.
Yeah, I'm seeing that that is a commonality between all successful traders, that every person sticks to whatever it is strategy that they're trading, like what you're saying. And then also with the risk management piece, like Barbie, you've talked about it. Pine, you just recently dropped a video on your YouTube channel about limiting your red days and how your red days really have to be like smaller than your green days, or yeah, and that's been part of your success too. Like it seems like there are common threads with all successful traders.
Yeah.
Yeah, so everyone go check out Pine Tree Trader's YouTube channel. He makes lots of videos, also live streams every day, Sunday through Thursday evening, always on Globex. And then you also trade. So that's the evening session that opens. And then sometimes you trade like extra bonus sessions.
Yeah, if I feel like it, I'll hop on during the day and things like that, like during Power Hour or even New York Open. But yeah, every day, 6 p.m. Eastern to 8 p.m. Eastern, I'm on at night. So yeah, you guys can check me out there. But yeah, I mean, I think it's really important, like daily loss limits. Like you got to have daily loss limits, like for yourself. Like, and don't try not to use the built-in daily loss limits that the props might have, like the soft breaches and things like that. Like try not to, but like set your own. So whether it's like $500 a day or something like that,
Yeah,
like that's
that
really
discipline is
helping
game changer. Yeah, if you actually have your own discipline and don't need hand-holding,
Yes.
sky's the limit.
Yeah. Set your daily loss limit and then just like stick with it. And it's so important, to do. It's just so important.
So Shane asked, what is the main strategy? Can we go in depth? You actually made some videos on your YouTube channel. Pine, if you can drop it in chat, the link for the video that you made of the detail of your strategy. But you did briefly mention that you trade mostly inside bars and haramis, and now you're starting to possibly add outside bars.
Yeah. Yeah. So I can't really drop the link in the chat, but
Okay,
because I'm
I'll
not
find
a
it.
mod, but yeah, I do have 2 videos or a few videos on my channel. But yeah, briefly, like on like inside bars or whatever, if I take inside bar breaks, it's as simple as that. I end up taking a break, say like an inside bar like here. I'll end up taking a break as soon as it breaks to the downside or upside or whatever the way the break is. My stop goes above here, and then I'll target with the inside bar. I end up being a little more discretionary on my profit targets. But like say like if we have this gap down here on the 5-minute, I might target like this, and it's usually about a 1-to-1. Like my trades generally, I'm around 65 to 70%, and it's usually around 1-to-1. Like that's usually what I average out at. On harami candles, what I call harami candles. So basically it's the body opens and closes within the body of the previous candle, and they call this a mother candle, and harami means pregnant in Japanese, I guess. So that's why. So that's like the body within the body. I don't know. But yeah. And I basically will just take a break. So like, here's a good example here. So here's the mother candle. I take the break of the harami here, which stop goes here. And then I target the top of the mother candle, which is here. And then you
Thank
see
you.
break here and break here. Now the outside bars, I haven't quite figured out. I just know that they work really well. You can see like the breaks of the outside bars. They tend to be working really well. I'm just trying to figure out like where to target, things like that. But yeah, that's just something I'm working on.
Yeah. When you're looking at the market right now, do you see anything?
It's really tough. I've already had a pretty decent solid day. That's another thing that I tend to do. If I can make some quick trades off the rip on an account, like I generally will just kind of say, okay, well, that was really easy. And then I'll just lock myself out for the day and then either go trade something else or just leave the screens for the day. But right now I'm seeing, I mean, we're getting a break of this outside bar right now. The inside bar, which I kind of miss, actually is paying now. And so is in the Harami. So it's looking kind of bullish right now to me. But it's I don't know. It's a little tricky for me to trade at the moment.
I think that that sounds so important as far as limiting how much you're trading, because that's something that I'm seeing as a common trait amongst all successful traders too, is like successful traders aren't entering trades like all day long, and they're able to like know when to call it a day.
Yeah.
Speaking of, I saw a good question in there. Someone was wondering what we do for fun outside of trading. So when you're done trading for the day, what do you go do?
What do
I
I do
love-
for fun? Yeah, that's a good
Yeah.
point. Like I was just gonna say, like I noticed, like because now the weather's getting better up here in Maine. Well, it's summertime. It's like I like to go on hikes, like throughout the day. I go to the gym. I like to go out to lunch, like to good restaurants or whatever, and get some good food. Today I might go get some lobster. I don't know.
You have to say it like
But
that too, right? Can't say lobster.
lobster.
Gotta be lobster.
But yeah, I mean, I think it's just so important to not over trade.
You gotta get your
Like,
brain out of the charts sometimes, for sure.
for sure. Like there's like I will say like these whales at say in Las Vegas, like these casinos will give these whales big credits, but they'll say like we'll give you say $100,000 in credit, but you have to play this blackjack game for 3 hours, 4 hours. So like the casino is telling the player like you have to play it for this amount of time. Well, the reason why they're doing that because the longer you sit at the casino table, like the more likely they're going to take your money. And I kind of look at trading that way too. Like the longer you sit in front of the screens, like the more likely it's going to like take your money because you're going to get tired and things like that. And it's just, you're not going to make the right decisions.
Decision-making fatigue. It's a real thing. So it looks like NASDAQ is wanting to push those New York highs, the first 5-minute opening candle. It's going up there and it's testing. It's at right about unchanged. ES is down about 5 points.
Not that
Anything can
impressive.
happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, not impressive. And really no
I'm not
change.
impressed. Show me something a little bigger than that market.
Yeah, I was expecting more today too. Yeah, I was definitely expecting more. But then when we started to fill the open gap, like before the market even opened, I was just like, I don't know what it's going to do. Maybe fill the gap, just come back, and then just sit around the VWAP and go sideways. But yeah, I don't know. It's a little tricky. It's definitely tricky because I try to really not to have a bias when I come into the markets because I consider myself kind of a bar to bar trader. And yeah, I mean, but when you have a giant open gap like that, it's really tough not to have a bias. It's like to me, it's tricky. It's like, well, okay, we opened up with a huge gap. We didn't really want to fill it. And then I'm thinking, well, we could be a little bit bearish and just leave this gap because I've seen that many times. But then there was a part of me like, well, if we start to push up, we're going to try to fill that gap. And that's the trades I ended up taking was trying to fill some of that gap this morning.
That's the one I liked too.
So the market accomplished that mission, and now we're just waiting to see what else it wants to do. Just chopping around.
Big stuff tomorrow. We have to keep that in context. So, and everyone's like worried about what Trump's doing today. I don't see anything big. He's doing this NATO meeting, but it's closed, so we're not going to get stuff out of it right now. Ooh.
Ooh, it just made a new New York high.
Yeah, I just got tagged out of something. Nice. Okay. But he is doing well this at noon. He says he's doing. I'm not worried about this thing at noon. It's a faith luncheon, so I'm not really expecting them to be getting a lot of political sound bites out of that one.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see. It's a faith luncheon, so
See what can happen.
we have to pay attention to what's going on there too. Sometimes it's a lot of nada.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
definitely. When I was streaming last night, he was talking at the FIFA soccer game, I guess, and so all these headlines kept popping up. I'm like, what the heck is going on? And yeah, you got to pay attention to that stuff. I like anytime he's talking personally, I like to be flat because you just never know. Like,
But a
what's
lot
gonna
of these
happen.
meetings, like there's not press there, so there's not cameras there, and so that
Right.
we don't have to be worried about that so much. So
Yeah, chat. If you guys have questions for Pine Tree Trader, drop it in chat and we will ask for you.
Let's see.
Ash says, you never know what's going to happen when he's speaking. It's so true.
yeah.
Never
Yeah,
know.
you know someone that was trading and they were copy trading a bunch of accounts, and there was just a headline came out and they didn't have a stop loss in,
Mm-hmm.
and it destroyed all their accounts. Like it was gone. You know, and it's
Yeah.
like it's so important in this era. Always anyway, but like
Well,
especially
that's why we like him. He creates volatility, but
yeah.
it's also why you don't like him, right? Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta have those hard stops in though. It's like you gotta do it.
I'm seeing some questions come in. Jay Buzz asks, what are your average lot sizes?
So I do trade minis for the most part. Occasionally, if the market volatility is super high, I mean, then I will trade micros.
it's okay. We like it
Especially
hard.
during Globex too. It's very difficult for me during Globex, during like my live streams, to pinpoint or be accurate on my entries.
Mm-hmm.
So I will scale in a bit with micros sometimes, but mostly on my funded accounts, I do trade 1 to 2 minis. I do.
1 to 2 minis. And then I also saw Simon Tov asked how to improve mentally in trading.
So some things that I personally do is like I've been meditating for probably over 10 years before the market. Well, I've been doing it like on a personal level, and then once I started doing more trading, like I meditate 20 to 30 minutes before the market opens every single day, and that just like kind of grounds me. And then a lot of physical exercise too, like helps my trading.
Mm-hmm.
Just being disciplined about like going to the gym, and then getting off the screens, you know.
Yeah. So things to help with discipline, just that mental calmness, and then also like making sure you get away from the screens, like don't spend too much time in front.
Yeah, I mean, I still go on till. Occasionally, I'm still a work in progress.
Oh, there's a code. There's a code. 50 free at resets. Use Hey Pine 50.
Let's go.
Let's go. Let us know, chat, if you got a free reset. That was a surprise. You never know, guys, when MyFundedFutures is going to give out some free accounts. Thanks. Thank you, MyFundedFutures. That came out of nowhere. That was awesome. Oh, Rye Mountain Trader got it. Rocky Mountain Trader got it. Congratulations, Renee got
I
it.
like the sneaky codes.
Mm-hmm.
I like it when they sneak it on there, and you have to be paying attention to get it.
You really do.
Oh, nice. Josh got it.
Congratulations, Josh. Okay, Q says, is asking a question. Can you please ask Pine to explain one more time how he overcame his issues with not with not taking his A+ setups when funded?
One more time on the weekend.
I
Oh,
think
so
he,
I
I
guess
think he's talking about when you first get a new funded account, not being deer in the headlights.
And
Ye-
and like how do you stay patient for your A+ setups once you get in funded? Yeah.
yeah, so I think it's important to have like a more systematic strategy than fully discretionary. I mean, I do trade some discretionary. I'm not gonna lie. But like having a more of a systematic approach. So like having a set stop loss, things like that, I think is important. And that way, if when you see that setup, you can just like push the button and don't think about it. It's like, all right, I back tested this, I forward tested it. It's like it's a proven strategy. I'm just gonna push the button. I think that's important. But like psychologically, it's just kind of looking at it like what am I really risking on this account? Like what am I really risking on this expert account? Well, I paid like $130 for it. So like that's what I'm really risking on this account.
Mm-hmm.
If and like I said, if you're used to trading a personal, say you have a personal Trade Evade account with personal money in it, you kind of realize like $130 is not a lot of money. Like so and that's why I love props too. Like it's just such a low cost to getting some skin in the game and to be able to trade, you know. And so that's kind of the way I approach it. I'm not saying like go in and just full port your account because I'm only risking $130.
Do
Like,
it.
it's just like, you know, it's just like that mental aspect of like, well, that's all I'm really risking, you know, is $130. It's not like if I'm in a trade and it's really running and I'm up $500, $600, like I can let that run, like knowing like, you know, that's monopoly money for now.
Mm-hmm.
You know, until you get to a payout and then it becomes real. Once it hits your bank account, that's real.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense. Yeah.
And it sounds like what helped you to only take A+ setups is to try and avoid over trading. So like getting out of the house, going to the gym, working out helps also, just like with that discipline outside of trading. And then it comes into trading, like once you continue developing that discipline. And then what else did you say? Okay, so the really seeing the account for how much you spent
Yeah.
versus feeling too like nervous about it, like thinking, oh my God, like if I lose $2,000, it's like real $2,000.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it.
Thank you, Pine. Thanks for coming on. Last minute thoughts. Oh my gosh. Oh, sorry. I thought there was another code that dropped. My YouTube screen is delayed. I'm like, oh my God, it dropped. Another code dropped. Yes, we will be giving away more accounts throughout the day. So everyone stay tuned and make sure you go on to your social medias, take MyFundedFutures and MyFundedTV and all of us, if you'd like, all the traders, so we can see what you're up to. We love seeing your posts for a chance to win a free account. So MyFundedFutures will be choosing up to 10 people before the end of day to give a free account, a 50 starter plus account from social media. Thanks, guys. Pine Tree Trader, last minute thoughts, words of encouragement you'd like to share with our audience before you go?
Okay, just real quick, I'm going to repeat myself. Set a daily loss limit for yourself, a personal daily loss limit, and stick with it. Like, it's so important to walk away red. Like, so important. Come back the next day, you'd be amazed, like, how clearly you can see the charts again. Like,
Yeah,
Okay.
you don't have to worry about trying to recover an entire account. It's just recovering one play or
that's
whatever
right.
whatever that limit was.
Thank you,
But
Barbie. Oh, go ahead. You were going to
I
say
just want to
something?
thank Barbie and Terry and you guys. Thank you so much for having me on.
Thanks for coming.
Thanks for coming on. Barbie, last minute words, thoughts that you'd like to share with the audience?
Well, I think Pine kind of nailed a lot of really great risk stuff for y'all. But at the same time, so when we're in an environment like this where the market's not really wanting to move that much, it's okay to take extra breaks and make sure if you're not seeing something, you don't have to force it. And that's been a big lesson today too. So you don't have to force something in crummy conditions like this. You can wait for the party tomorrow and Wednesday and Thursday.
Wait for the real party and not the pre-party. Thanks, Barbie. Thank you, Pine. Thank you so much for coming on, Pine, and we will see you soon.
Thank
Bye,
you.
Barbie. Bye, Pine. Let's welcome Ash. Ash, come on down.
Hey, good morning. How are we doing today?
Good morning. We're doing good. How are you?
I'm getting ready for the week. Definitely a little misleaded by price action to start the week. So we'll talk about that. But very happy to see that you called a W this morning.
Oh, I know. Thanks for your cheering. Thanks for cheering me on. I saw you in chat. You're so awesome, Ash. Like you're always around cheering us on.
I'm so glad that you closed it. Did you see the reversal that happened right afterwards too? My Lord.
I know, right? Isn't that the best feeling though, when you close out a trade and then you're so thankful that you did?
Literally bottom ticked the exit.
Incredible. Yeah.
That
I'm so glad I did, because I would be very, very sad.
Yeah.
It completely reversed on me.
Perfect way to start the week. Congratulations.
Thank you. Well, I will pass the baton to you, and I will see you tomorrow.
All righty. Have a good day.
Thank you. Bye, chat.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, or good day, depending on where you're from. Welcome back, chat. Got ourselves a new week. Therefore, we got new opportunities. Going to continue to keep relentlessly working and learning every single week. So I'm very excited to get back on here with everybody. Going to take a moment to say good morning, see how chat's doing, see how the community's doing, and then we'll get into some information. So, good morning, good morning, good morning, or good day, depending on where you're from. How's everybody doing today? Hey, good morning, Sarah. Good morning, Kim. Good morning, Mary. Good morning, Pine Tree Trader. Pine, thank you for joining the stream. I do actually want to hit on a couple points that they were talking about. I'm just really thankful to be around other like-minded professionals, because you know you have people on social media that are very euphoric and misleading, and you know they're just really blasting the euphoric content compared to some of the individuals in this community where they do their due diligence in talking about risk management, talking about their methods and their approaches. In my opinion, that's a really professional mindset, thinking in terms of risk instead of reward. So I also just wanted to double down on the statements that Pine and Terry and Barbie were making this morning. Having a set limit on your losses per day can make a huge difference in your trading. If you know exactly what a loss should be and you can control it, that's going to be a huge step forward in your progress for risk management. So that number is going to be different for everybody. Everybody has their own, personality, their own character traits, their own, situations in life. So one person's daily loss limit is not going to be the same as somebody else's, but the important factor there is to set a specific daily loss limit. That way you know when to walk away. That way when you come back, you can be refreshed. You don't have any kind of influence from prior trades. And then on the other side of the coin, that way you can also know what a large win is, right? Because then we can really focus on risk management. If all of your losses are, just using random numbers, if all of your losses are $200, when you have a $400 winner, you know that that's a large win and you should take it. You don't sit there with greed thinking you need to reach for more, because a 1 to 2 risk to reward is a phenomenal return. So it all boils down to some phenomenal statements from the morning hosts. Thank you once again. It really is a pleasure to be able to be working with other like-minded professionals. So very good job. Thanks for joining as well. Hey, good morning, Johnny. Good morning, Ash. Good morning, Lee. Good morning, Daniel. Hello, hello, hello. Bunch of familiar faces here. See how everybody's week is starting off so far. Throw a 1 in the chat if you're green to start the week. Throw a 2 in the chat if you're red to start the week. And throw a 3 in the chat if you've yet to trade this week. Just some slight humor, but I'm number 2 because I got sunburnt this past weekend. I don't know if you can tell, but quite sunburnt. So I'm starting the week red. Little sarcasm there. We'll take a look at the information here in a minute. Just wanted to welcome everybody to my segment. See how everybody's doing so far. What a beautiful trade Terry had there. Good morning, Victor. Good morning, Q Mendez. Hello, hello, hello. Hope everybody's week is starting off well. Pretty mixed bag so far. Bunch of 1s, bunch of 2s, couple 3s in there as well. So let's start to get into some of the information. Okay. First things first is the economic calendar. Very important to note that tomorrow is CPI. Okay, so take note of that because that's going to be a part of the analysis. Very important to know that CPI is tomorrow morning. All right. CPI, FOMC, and non-farm payroll are some of our highest volatility news drivers. So that's one of the reasons why today I'm looking at it as a consolidation profile. Right? We've spoke about this in prior live streams before, but the session leading up or the day leading up to a high impact news driver such as FOMC, non-farm payroll, or CPI, those are days that we can consider consolidation profiles. The market likes to engineer liquidity on both sides of the market so that during the release, it has something to reach for. Okay, so in my opinion, CPI being tomorrow, we are going to see some indecisive action today because of it. So, next thing that we need to point out here is, let's take a look at today's action so far. And let's point to this right here. All right. So before I just hand it out, let's see who has been participating with me. Let's see who has been able to capture the logic that I've been trying to share with everyone. What are we looking at here? What am I pointing to that's going to show me that New York AM is another consolidation profile? So we already mentioned the CPI being tomorrow. Now what I currently have on the screen, somebody throw it in chat. What makes what is currently on the screen provide insight that New York AM is going to be a consolidation profile? Take a look. I'll give you a second to throw it in chat, but throw the answer in chat. Currently what's on the screen, what is it showing that will provide insight that New York AM session will be a consolidation profile? Very good job, chat. Very good job. A lot of people are pointing to Asia high and low. Okay. Seeing this is Asia high right here, this blue line. Oh, wrong arrow. Hold on. There we go. Asia high, Asia low. The blue line represents Asia high and Asia low. Seeing that during London session, we took out both Asia low and Asia high during London session, that provides insight that New York AM session is going to be a consolidation profile. We spoke about this before. We'll continue to keep pointing it out every single time it happens because this is how we understand how to approach the day. This is how we game plan. This is how we understand what we're looking to execute for the day. So, 1, CPI being tomorrow, and 2, London session, taking out Asia sessions, high and low. These are the two things that you can see beforehand, right? This is logic that you could provide to your decision making to think that New York AM session is going to be a consolidation profile. Okay? Now, just because it's a consolidation profile, that does not mean we can't trade it. It just warrants a certain type of trading, right? There's range trading, and then there's trend trading, right? You'll have trending days where the market moves in one direction very decisively. Then you'll have consolidation days, range trading days like you're getting today. Now for the next question. During a consolidation profile, where do the best opportunities present themselves? Throw the answer in chat. During a consolidation profile, where do the best opportunities present themselves? Throw it in chat. So last time, the question is, during a consolidation profile, where does the best opportunity present itself? Very good. Very good, chat. Very good, very good, very good. The extremes of the range. The extremes of the range. Okay, so now understanding that information, how do we go into New York Open using that? Just point out the extremes, right? So heading into New York Open, just go back here for a second, right? This is what the chart looks like heading into New York Open. So point out the swing points, right? This is very clear here that this is the swing low of the current leg that's moving higher, and there is no swing high. So in terms of a range, the high of this range is not developed yet. Now you have a range high while it's taking out the range low, and this is where the best opportunity presents itself. From the extremes of the range back to equilibrium of the range. So understanding how to properly trade a consolidation profile, the best opportunities present themselves at the extreme of the range back to equilibrium of the range. So you can take a look at what the middle of this range would be, and it would be here. Right, so the only trade that I see here this morning is that move. Right, we take out the low of the range. After taking out that low, you then get a change in the state of delivery then to target the middle of the range. Okay, so just because that occurred already doesn't mean that the profile changed, right? So same thing here at the range high. So we could have looked at the range high, right? So now using the range high, the range low, right? Still a consolidation profile. So you could be doing the same thing here. You see the extreme of the range gets engaged. You get an inversion right here. Right, so after we close below the inversion here, you could have taken a short to then target equilibrium of the range. And let's see if it does go to equilibrium. Looks like it may have fallen just shy there. Yep, so it fell just shy there, but beautiful move there once again. Letting the extreme of the range be engaged. Look for some form of change in the state of delivery. This time it happens in the form of an inversion. And then we target equilibrium of the range. So I'm specifically pointing this out because this is how I'm participating today, looking at today as a consolidation profile. Now that you understand what shows you a consolidation profile and how to execute a consolidation profile, that'll help you understand whether there is or isn't currently a trade. Right, so where price is currently, it's in the middle of the range. Specifically on ES, NQ is trying to move back higher to the top side of the range here, but what I'm trying to point to now is this is going to help you understand moving forward in the day where the opportunities present themselves. I'm not looking to participate in the middle of the range, right? So if the current ranges are here on ES, and I just pointed out on NQ, this is not a location where I want to be taking a trade. I'll look at the extremes of the range. Okay, so pointing to the reason why we're doing this is because that way you get to see the logic that goes into my decision making. And when I provide that logic, it then provides a game plan as well. So we're also getting prepared for our hunting hours. The things to take home here, the key notes is how to identify it. And that's knowing that CPI is tomorrow and that London session took out Asia sessions high and low. That's how you can see it happening before it happens. And then I just explained how we're going to execute it during the time of. So you get a game plan, then you execute the game plan, and that's where you then define your risk management. Okay, so for today, this is what I'm looking at. I'm looking at a consolidation profile. I personally think that we're just going to chop away until CPI. Magnus was pointing to that in chat as well. Very good job, Magnus. I 100% agree with that analysis. And I wanted to share it here on stream instead of doing it in chat. So since that is the information that I have, that is the logic that I'm going to use, we will wait, right? During my session, we'll wait to see if we engage with one of the extremes of the range. We've pointed out here and here. If we engage with either one of them, we'll take a look to see if any type of change in the state of delivery occurs at that location. So specifically for ES, we're just in the middle of the range right now, so I'm not interested in any type of position. NQ, we'll see if it could go sweep the range, right? We'll see if this can be engaged here. If it does, we'll go down to a lower time frame to look for some form of change in the state of delivery. That's it. That's the game plan. That's how to execute it. Now, as an operator, we sit and we be patient until that happens. Okay, so that's my analysis for the day. That's where I'm going to start the week. We got to be ready for CPI tomorrow. Knowing that there's no news driver today is another reason to be patient, another reason to look at a consolidation profile. If price doesn't have a reason to move decisively in one direction, right, a news driver, a volatility injection, then we can consider some consolidation. So to start the week, I'm looking for some consolidation. We'll look at the extremes of the range. If something presents there, then we'll point to it. If not, then we'll be patient. We'll allow the Monday's range to develop. Once the Monday's range develops, then we'll see what price does to either side of Monday's range to move forward for the rest of the week. All right, so pretty clear game plan there. Now we can wait and watch to see if that occurs. As we do, I did want to point to a giveaway. This is a separate giveaway on my Twitter account. I currently have a giveaway going on my Twitter account. So if you want to participate in it, go to this tweet and complete the criteria to enter the giveaway. Okay, so that's separate from the YouTube live stream giveaways that we do here on this channel. That one's on my Twitter channel. Okay, so some analysis to start the week, some opportunities to start the week. I really greatly appreciate MyFundedFutures. The amount of people that have came back to me from these giveaways, showing me their payout certificates, makes all this time more than worth it. Being able to help people with opportunities at income is something that is very valuable. So we're going to continue to keep working relentlessly every single week. As we're waiting and watching, I'll head over to chat now. Now you have my weekly outlook, my daily analysis. Now you know what I'm looking for. If you want to ask questions about it, if you want to ask questions about anything to do with this trading business, anything related to trading, I'm going to head over to chat now. And now let's start going over some questions and answers. Alrighty. So for anybody that's wondering why they can't communicate with us, I believe the chat is sub-only mode. So make sure you sub to the channel. That way you can communicate with us here. We can go over questions. We can go over information. While you're at it, like the video and turn the notifications on. That way you could be notified for when we go live again. Let's also take a look at Dixie. I need to update. Okay, so this did play out. This is what I was watching with my community here. Looks like we did get a result. So anybody that is watching from my community, you can see here that we hit 2R on Dixie. I did need to update this analysis because this was a trade that we saw this morning. Let's take a look real quick. This defines my entry function. Okay, so this position already played out. This was something that I provided in my communities. Don't think that we're shorting now. This has already done its objective and it's completed. It's provided a result. We're going to review the trade because it just happened this morning. If you want to see that trade, just go into my communities. You'll see it there. Let's play this out as if it's real time. That way you can see the entry function occurring in real time. So let's back it up first. Let's take a look. So as you saw there, kind of already handed out, we were looking at a short position on Dixie, and let's take a look at that short position. So everybody knows that I use the unicorn model. And for a short position, right, for a bearish unicorn, you need a swing high, you need a swing low, then you need a new high, then a new low. That's what a bearish breaker would be. Okay, and then you need an FVG aligned with it. So the breaker will be right here, and then you need an FVG aligned with it. So the FVG would be right there as well. That's what a bearish unicorn would be, a breaker block plus an FVG. Okay, so now as we're hunting, we'll walk through it, right? We can see that a swing high has formed here, so we can outline that, right? Because we need a swing high, then we need a swing low, then we need a new high and a new low. We need all four of those institutional swing points to create a breaker block. So now you can see that we have a swing high, we have a swing low, and now we have a new high. Okay? We'll point to each one of these so you can see my entry function develop. Okay? This is very, very important in understanding how to identify a breaker block. Each time new swing points are created, you have to use the most recent information. Okay, so what I'm trying to say here is you can see that a new swing high was formed, a new swing low was formed. We again swept the original high, and now we're making a new low. Since all four of the institutional swing points have been created again, we no longer use the prior one. The important thing to understand there is that we use the most recent information. What we need for a short is a swing high, then a swing low, then a new high, and a new low. Okay, so now we have all four institutional swing points. We would point to the lowest down close candle before the leg up that took liquidity. That's how you identify the bearish breaker. Here it is here. We would need to wait one more candle to confirm the FVG. Right now we have all of the elements to a short position regarding my model. You have a breaker block. You have an FVG that is combined with the breaker block. This is what a bearish unicorn would look like. This would be the very first moment in time that it's a confirmed entry function. This is what a confirmed short looks like. Very first moment in time that the short is confirmed. Okay, so this is where I'd be looking to enter a short from the beginning of the breaker with a stop at the high. Right here. Targeting 2R. Exactly what the position would look like. We wait for an entry. Right? Notice how it did not revisit the entry location yet, so we're just waiting. First entry provided right there. Right, so that would be a short with a stop at the high, aiming for 2R. And that's when we accept the risk. You have to allow the probabilities to play out. You need to measure this amount of room right here from entry to stop loss to make sure you position size accordingly. Because at this moment in time, that's where you've accepted the risk and you have to allow the probabilities to play out. Okay? After that, I don't move my stop loss. We've talked about that many times. I always leave my stop loss at invalidation. I either look for a win or a loss. I don't do break evens. So at this moment in time, once you're in the position, accept the fact that you're only going to take a take profit or a stop loss. Nonetheless, here's the take profit. It ends up hitting 2R. This is a beautiful bearish unicorn on Dixie. So just wanted to run through my entry function. That way you can see it step by step, along with updating the idea for anybody that's in my communities that's here right now. Clearly that went and hit 2R, so that objective has been completed. Okay, we'll update that after the live stream. All right, so now everybody also gets a real-time example, something that occurred literally this morning for a short position regarding my model. If you have any questions or comments about that, feel free to throw it in chat and we can go over it now. Also, you all know how I love to do some giveaways scheduled. I like to do some giveaways as a surprise. We do the form. There you go. We do the wheel. We do all types of giveaways. Today we're going to do it scheduled. Okay, so last week the surprises were on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. The scheduled ones were on Monday, Tuesday. Same thing this week. We'll do our scheduled to start the week. All right, so how about, let's see. Let's come up with some numbers here. Let's see, chat. Let's get the like button up to 1,000. Let's get the viewers up to 700. Let's see if we can do that in the next 15 minutes, and we'll look to do a scheduled giveaway around 11:10 Eastern Standard Time. How's that sound, chat? How's that sound? So share the live stream with all your friends. Share the live streams in your communities. Hit the like button. Let's get that to 1,000. Let's get the viewers to 700, and we'll do another giveaway around 11:10 Eastern Standard Time. That way we do some scheduled, we do some surprises, we do the wheel, we do the form, we do all different times of giveaways. How's that sound, chat? Is that a deal or what? Is that a good deal? What do you think? Trying to provide value every chance we can get. We have some expert guests that show up, provide education, provide trades, answer questions. We do giveaways. We're doing everything we can each week. That's a deal? All right. That's a deal then. Make sure you're here at 11:10 Eastern Standard Time. Get ready. You got 11 minutes to get ready. So we are engaging with the extremes of the range. We'll see if there's any form of change in the state of delivery at this location. This is bearish SMT if this does happen, right? Because NQ went above the highs while ES did not. So there's potential. It's not confirmed. There would have to be a bearish change in the state of delivery paired with the SMT for the SMT to be confirmed. But we're waiting and we're watching. Let's see if anything happens at this location. We had a game plan. We understand how to execute the game plan. Now that we're at that location, we got to look to see if there's any form of change in the state of delivery. You do have the Kraken correlation there, so there is potential for something to occur here. All right, let's take a look. Very good job, chat. The likes are up to 950. Let's see if we can get that to 1,000. And then in another 10 minutes, we'll do a giveaway. Ash, thank you very much for your content. Today, before the opening, I saw that London had taken Asia sessions high and low. And you were left out because of it. Yeah, so there's days that are going to be lower probability because it's consolidation. Those are the days to just be patient and wait. You know, day trading is not everyday trading. you really have to understand that risk management is the #1 priority at all times. That means being flat. Flat is a position. So on days that you want to manage your risk for whatever reason that may be, right? Maybe you have real life responsibilities you got to take care of. Maybe you can't identify the information properly. Maybe there's information on the screen that you just can't utilize very well. For whatever reason, if there's some reason that you need to manage your risk, please do so. Risk management should always be the #1 priority. You should view things in terms of risk instead of reward. Very good job. What time are they picking? Once again, I'm not going to keep repeating myself. 11:10 Eastern Standard Time, so another 9 minutes. Get ready for the next code. Ash, for the Dixie Unicorn, why didn't you include the candle after the one you marked? A bearish breaker can only be down closed candles. A bullish breaker can only be up closed candles. Okay, so here's your bearish unicorn right here. A bearish breaker will be your lowest down closed candle before the leg up that took liquidity. Okay, so let's look at the institutional swing points here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so taking liquidity means running above a swing high or running below a swing low. Therefore, the leg that took liquidity would be from #2 to #3. To identify the bearish breaker, we need the lowest down closed candle before #2. There's only one candle here that you could even use. So this is the bearish breaker. A bearish breaker will always be a down closed candle. A bullish breaker will always be an up closed candle. Okay? Let's do it this way too so you can see it for both positions. Here's a long. Here's a short. The breaker will always be found in between #1 and #2. Okay? A bullish breaker will always be an up close candle. A bearish breaker will always be a down close candle. Here's an illustration of both of them. Okay? Hopefully this should illustrate what I'm trying to say here. Okay? It will always be found in between #1 and #2 for both setups. All right, let's take a look. Both of them have taken out the high now, so there is no bearish SMT. Okay? Something to consider here. There's 1 minute SMT. NQ still making higher highs while ES made a lower high here. So this is SMT as well. Let's see where we're at on the likes and the views. Very good job, chat. A deal is a deal. 1K likes, 700 views. You've smashed both of them. So 11:10. In another 5 minutes, we'll drop another code. Very good job, chat. A deal is a deal. Completed the deal, so we will do another code at 11:10. Another 5 minutes. So let's also see what develops here. Well, let's see if this becomes a short position here. Stop above the highs. This is not my model. This is simply talking about the logic here. The logic of a consolidation profile. We took out the highs. You have a bearish FEG in here to use as an entry location. Stop above the high, looking for 2R here. Let's see if the short idea will play out. This is the logic of a consolidation profile. Let's see how well those probabilities are. Very good job, chat. Once again, we pointed to a consolidation profile specifically because of what London session did. London session took out Asia sessions high and low during London session. That's insight to a consolidation profile. Using a consolidation profile, you look at the extremes of the range to target equilibrium of the range. So let's see if that logic works. Take a look at NQ as well. There's a chance of putting in more SMT there. Right, if NQ takes out the high again, that would be lower time frame SMT. We'll see what happens. Ash, I just hit full TP on a long. Congratulations. There you go. Does that mean you're green on the day now? Very nice job. Very nice job. What is SMT? SMT is a crack in correlation. Okay, so let's take a look real quick. Here's an example of SMT. Okay. SMT is a crack in correlation between two correlated assets. Let's think that on the left, this is ES. Let's think that on the right is NQ. NQ and ES are two correlated assets. They should be moving the same at the same time. So when they are not moving the same at the same time, that's what SMT is. That's what a crack in correlation is. So for example, notice here on NQ, it did not take out the high. When you look at ES, it did take out the high. This would be an example of bearish SMT. This would be a crack in correlation. The fact that NQ did not take out the high at the same time that ES did take out the high, that's what a crack in correlation would be. The purpose of using cracks in correlation are so that you can see when liquidity has been taken, right? It looks like ES took the liquidity that was resting above this swing high. So the purpose of using a crack in correlation is to see when liquidity has been taken or strength and weakness in the marketplace. Okay, this shows that NQ is the weaker pair for the fact that it was not able to go above this high. This looks like there's weakness in NQ. There's the code. 50 free resets using reset for coffee. The code is reset for coffee. 50 free resets. Who's getting one? Who's getting one? Throw a W in chat if you got one of the resets. Throw a W in chat if you got one of the resets. W. Let's go, Dodger. Luke, let's go. Knight, let's go. DJ Day Trader, let's go. Austin Chang, let's go. Congratulations. W for all the winners. Another giveaway. I mean, the amount of value that's shown on this channel is astonishing. Quite literally astonishing. Congratulations to all the winners. So let's see if we get that move from the extreme of the range back to equilibrium of the range. Okay, we took out the swing highs on both ES and NQ. Let's see if we now get a move back internal. Let's take a look. See if we get a move back towards, what is that? 916. So 916, let's take a look at this. Congratulations to all the winners. WWW. So, chat, got another 15 minutes for my segment. Is there any kind of questions? Is there any type of information that you'd like to go over? What would you like to review for the last portion of my segment? Feel free to throw any types of questions or information in the chat. Gladly go over any portion of this business. What would it take for ES to break out right now? I've no clue. I don't know what it would take. And to break out, so what are you doing? Some bull flag here? Are you looking at this? What is it breaking out from? Right, are we looking at this like some kind of, what's the breakout? Just got here, but I took that 15-minute breaker on NQ because of your teachings. Let's take a look. 15-minute breaker. Are you looking at 915 as the bullish breaker? Is this what you're referring to here? You have a swing low, you have a swing high, you have a new low, and now you have a new high. 8:45. Let's take a look. 5-minute, 15-minute. 15-minute. So I probably would have used the 915 instead of 815 because the swing points look like the swing low is here, the swing high is here, the new low is here. So I don't know if I would call 815 a breaker. But nonetheless, if you're green on the day, that's what matters. You're either red or green to end the day, and hopefully everybody is green. So looks like the search and destroy logic still has not played out yet. Still holding up decently. The stop loss we pointed to was at the high. This is what we're currently watching and seeing if this will play out. Some search and destroy logic. As of right now, looks like it's heading towards invalidation, but we'll wait to see what the information presents. Can you say that 245 is a breaker and price return to it right at New York Open? So that's a unicorn. Price returning to it or not has nothing to do with whether it's a breaker or not. Also, what chart are you on? You're pointing to a 215. Is that what you said? 215. Maybe you're talking about ES or NQ. You guys got to be a little more direct with your comments. I don't know what chart you're looking at. right? So just saying there's an M15 breaker. NQ 15 minute. There you go. All right, so NQ 15 minute. Yeah, 245 is definitely a breaker, right? It has all the swing points: swing low, swing high, new low, new high. It has the FEG in here as well, right? So this is definitely a bullish unicorn. I agree with what you're saying. Very good job. I do agree with that statement. Breaker plus FEG equals unicorn. Very good job. I agree with that statement. Who was that? H. Casper. Very good job. I agree with what you have there. Ash, when your segment finishes, will you keep trading? How much time on average do you spend in front of the screen? So my hunting hours are 9:30 to 12. Okay. I spend more time on the screen than just 9:30 to 12 because I have communities that I run. I have the social medias that I document on. So I'm always answering questions. I'm live streaming. I'm documenting my own business. I'm responding to other people. So I'm on the screens longer than my hunting hours. I'm usually on the screens from about 7 a.m. in the morning to about 12. Then once 12 hits, I'm done for the day. Go work on other businesses. Go work on my health. Go to the gym. Spend time with family. So I've always been under the mindset of less is more, quality over quantity. You do not need to be taking hundreds of trades a day. You need to pick quality over quantity, right? Less screen time literally means more time to work on your health. You need to work on yourself just as much as you work on your technical analysis. Your characteristics, your traits, your personality, your mental and emotional control, it's all going to show on this screen. So just like any other professional athlete, they don't just work on their business when they're playing the game. You know what I mean? Like LeBron James is shooting a basketball every single day of his life, whether he's playing in the game or not. He's doing stuff outside of the basketball court that works on the basketball court, like working out or working on his mental, working on his playbook, working on everything, right? Mental, emotional, the whole nine. You got to work on it on the chart and off the chart. Very good question, nonetheless. What is my take that NQ did a market structure shift, but ES did not? Let's take a look. I don't think anything is very decisive in terms of a market structure shift. This is just consolidation, right? We're just going sideways. So I don't know if I fully agree with that statement. It's just consolidating right now. In terms of a market structure shift, ES is also just consolidating. I don't think either one of them had a clear and decisive market structure shift. So I'm sorry, but I don't agree with that statement. So we got another 10 minutes before Tom shows up. If you have any questions or comments, if there's any information that you'd like to go over, feel free to throw it in chat. Definitely stick around for Tom's segment along with Matt's segment. Both of them do a phenomenal job providing information daily as well. Trump tariffs. Is there news that just dropped? I'm reading chat. Chat, if there's news that just dropped on Trump tariffs, please throw that in chat. If that is new news, please throw that in chat. How are the fills on the live account? The fills on the live account are very good. CME data is much better than CFD data. That is why I personally choose futures. The spreads are much better there. Trump on weapons. We will be sending the best to NATO. Trump, we made a deal today to send weapons to Ukraine. Tariffs for Russia, if no deal in 50 days. Thank you, chat. Thank you, chat. Anytime Trump provides any type of information, we need to be aware of it. So thank you for participating. I really appreciate sharing that information. We all need to be aware of Trump anytime he speaks. It's very clear that he provides volatility. So do us all a favor, do the entire community a favor. Anytime you see new news like that happen throughout the session, definitely throw it in chat. What's up, Ash? What's up, Innovative Realm? How are you doing today? Happy Monday. Welcome back to another week. New week, new opportunities to gain more conviction in our business. Let's continue to keep showing up relentlessly every single week, looking to get 1% better than our prior selves. Notice that I'm saying prior self, okay? There is no comparison to have. I will never compare to anybody else here, just like you shouldn't either, because the only person that will ever be clicking the button for yourself is you. Okay, so take extreme ownership in your business. Take extreme ownership in yourself. Let's show up. Let's learn. Let's gain more conviction each day. So still looking at the consolidation profile idea. What we pointed to was a short right here with stop above the high, looking at 2R. The reason for the short was the consolidation profile logic. Last time I'll go over it because I only have a couple more minutes left, but that way you can see what I'm looking for throughout the session. Because London session took out Asia session's high and low during London session, I'm looking at today's New York AM session as a consolidation profile. Also knowing that CPI is tomorrow, a high impact news driver, I'm looking for price to have anticipation for that. Why did my screen just go blurry? Let me see if I can fix this. Give me 2 seconds. What happened there? I'm all fuzzy now, chat. What happened? Oh, that might have fixed it. Am I still fuzzy or no? What happened there? Is my camera not working well? Better? All right, I think that's better. All right, so sorry for the interruption. I didn't notice that my screen was going blurry. Moving forward, this is what I'm leaving everybody off with. We have CPI tomorrow. Okay, so I have no problem being patient today. Clearly you can see I have my hard stop in, right? I will be waiting for CPI personally. That is one of our highest impact news drivers. So I want to see the Monday's range develop. I want to see what price does to the Monday's range. Then understanding what price does to the Monday's range, that's how I'm going to move forward this week, right? So I'm looking at today to be a consolidation profile because of the two things that we reviewed today. And my actions for a consolidation profile are to remain patient, choose to trade after CPI. But the only logic that I would even look at or review to collect data is a move from the extreme of the range back to equilibrium of the range, because that's how I deal with consolidation profiles. All right, so let's see what we get for today. Let's remain patient. Let's continue to keep working and learning every single chance we can get. Trump causing chaos again. Yeah, we need to be aware of Trump. There's a clear difference between Trump being in office to other people being in office. He provides volatility. There's pros and cons to it, just like everything else in life. It's very unexpected. It doesn't provide a direction, and it's volatile. So the spreads get messed up because of it. Very, very quick moves. But it goes both ways. Just like how your orders could be slipped, we could be seeing larger ranges, which means larger returns. So there's pros and cons to both of them. We need to be aware of when he's speaking either way. That's what it comes down to. So slow to start the week, patient to start the week. See what the Monday's range develops. See what CPI does to that range. Then we'll have a game plan to move forward on the rest of the week. So that would be invalidation to the idea, right? The logic of a consolidation profile. This is what we were looking at during my session. Is this right here? When we're using a consolidation profile, we look at the extremes of the range to then target equilibrium of the range. But this went to invalidation first. So it's just as important to understand what a loss looks like as much as it is to understand what a win looks like. This even justifies my reason for being patient. So sometimes being flat is a position. Everybody should understand that. Hey, Ash, what if there are multiple stop hunts on a lower time frame after seeking a higher time frame P to ray, such as which stop hunt to use? You always use the most recent information. So we already spoke about this earlier in the stream. You always use the most recent information. Okay, so stop hunt occurs here. Okay, I stop using that information once we get new information. Right, so I no longer use this when this occurs. I no longer use this when this occurs. Okay, so the breaker block will always be found in the most recent information. This will be the breaker here. Not this one. Not this one. This is correct here. Use the most recent information. So when dealing with multiple stop hunts, use the most recent information. Very good question. All right, chat. So my segment's coming to an end here. Definitely stick around for Tom's segment. Let's welcome him up onto stage. Chat, let's give Tom a good morning. Throw some W's in chat for Tom.
Hello there.
Welcome him to the stage.
Hey, Ash, what's going on?
Good morning. Happy Monday.
Happy Monday to everybody. Hello, chat. Welcome, everybody. Happy Monday. I hope everybody had a great weekend. And Ash, what's going on? Any trades today? Tell me.
So no trades for me. I'm particularly waiting for CPI. CPI, right. I think, is going to be the driver on the week.
Definitely.
For that reason, I want to see CPI give some decisive information that I could react from. I'd rather just be efficiently reacting to information than trying to predict it. So I have no clue where CPI is going to go, but I think it's going to provide decisive information.
Oh, it definitely will. And yeah, I think we might just see some continued consolidation until then. So even tomorrow, London session could be super boring. But anyway, yeah, that's exactly what we should look for. Yeah.
What about you? How's your week starting off? Any positions so far?
Yeah, I mean, in the London session, I had some good trades, and I also had a good trade in the New York Open. Scalped here and there, so overall green on the day, small green, but okay. So I don't think I'm gonna take anything else today regarding this price action. Like, I think it's just gonna go sideways. But I have some technicals for the chat to share. So yeah.
So I am curious, now that you're mentioning that you're green, what is your approach to staying green? Are you one of the individuals that have no issue going back into the market and trading more when you are green? Or do you have the mindset of once I get green, I'm done for the day because I want to stay green?
Well, the thing is, I burn myself so many times, specifically because of that. So I was green and I just couldn't hold myself back. Greed was kicking in big time. And so I was like, I still need to push more. I want to push more. I want to make some more money, because even when, yes, there was an A+ setup and I took it, but obviously you can't win all the A+ setups. And then I gave back profits, so it put me in a bad mood. I just started to, chop myself up. And so anyway, I burned myself a lot of times. So now my approach is, anytime I make a few $100 on each of my funded accounts, because I'm not really copy trading them, I just leave it and move on to the next one, or just step back, because a few $100 a day for me, specifically on one account, is more than enough for my standards at this point. So I'm not willing to give it back to the market. That's for sure. Yeah.
Very good. That's really good information, because I always come across the questions or the conversation that, when you have an edge in the market, shouldn't you execute the edge when you have it? That, probabilities are probabilities, because when it presents itself, it should be executed.
Yeah.
But I'm the type of individual that, I have outside of trading life. There's a whole nother thing to think about other than probabilities, which is life itself. So,
exactly.
I tend to stay on the sidelines in that situation. When I get green, I tend to stay green, because exactly what you just mentioned. I don't want to be mad at myself. I don't want to ruin the rest of my day because of a couple decisions I made. I don't want to skip the gym because I'm so pissed off about a couple decisions. There's a whole nother thing outside of trading that, are baked into the decision.
I think you just nailed it. As you said it, there is life outside of trading, and it's very important for me. And I think, chat, it should be important for everybody. Like Ash just said, I think we must maintain ourselves in a good mental state. Even after trading, whether you're through on a losing streak for the day or you won some positions, you must maintain that positive mental state. And obviously you need to walk away. So if you're green, it's easier. I know it's super easy, but you got to focus on your life as well. And you just can't be that greedy, like you're already in profit. Oh, and I'm just going to sit through the PM session and might going to scalp here and there or enter some trades. No, that's not something I'm looking for. And then I agree with you 100%. Yeah.
Very good. Well, it's great to talk to you. Happy Monday. I hope the rest of your week goes well. I'm very excited for your segment, and I'll hand the mic over to you.
Absolutely. Thank you. It was great meeting you. All right. You too. All right, everybody. We're back. We're here. Oh, I have some new topics for you guys. So, so welcome again. Good to see everybody. As always, I hope the weekend was good. VSN, I'll be leaking out the information if I have something, all right? So, hey, AD, what up? Oh, well, today was, it was fairly good. For definitely better price action today than some of those days last week. So I must say that I'm quite satisfied with the moves today, and the levels were playing out nicely. So again, let me just say hello to the hosts and the mods on MyFunded TV and everybody here on chat. I can't state that enough. I'm being grateful to be here, share all the positive vibes and information. I'm going to go through real quick of what I think happened throughout the day. And of course, we're going to get into German sports cars after that. All right. No, don't worry. We're just going to go into some very exciting topics. So this morning, we started the stream at 2 a.m. Eastern Standard. I actually was looking for a possible short setup, which I think I was scalping a little bit here. and that's the only trade I took. So I was scalping to take out previous day low, which was actually a Sunday low, but that was the only thing. My segment is going to be until 12:30 VSN. So Matt is going to come after me. So stick around. And so I took a short here in London, and then we spotted a nice zone. Now, you know, guys, I like to go with this. This is my bread and butter when I'm looking for targets. I went to the 1 minute chart. Now, it's very rare, but we had this very strong, or I would say almost like an elevator drop here in the London session. And if I zoom in, and it happens on the 1 minute too, there was a beautiful fair value gap here with the bullish 1 minute candle happened at 138, and then it's just kept pushing lower. So this area became a beautiful textbook supply zone in my, you know, these are the levels that I target. So anyway, I took a trade somewhere here, but that was a scalp. It's not that important. After that, there was a bounce here. I was actually expecting to sweep the 802, but it just keep going higher. And look at this, how beautifully it went up there, even before the pre-market opened. So that was a perfect little move. But anyway, it's in the past now. And regarding this morning, for a short time, I thought that we might gonna have a seek and destroy day, but eventually it didn't. Interesting to see how the first fair value gap of the session after 9:30 has been. I mean, how price was reacting for the first fair value gap. Just look at that. We went down, swept some orders, and this is the point where I actually scalped again. I say I'm scalped because this is not my unicorn entry model that I use. So my main entry model is the 2022 entry model. I said that many times. And the only thing I was looking in here is that we had an inversion gap. And so I was like, okay, if this one keeps on pushing, I'm just going to enter a long position to go back to the first fair value gap, which we did. And then later on, I was just sitting on the sidelines and trying to anticipate what might happen. And there was a 15-minute order block or supply zone higher. If you go to the left, is it a 15-minute one? Hold on. Yeah, 15 minutes, sorry. So if you go to the left, it's not a great level. It's not an A++ level, but technically it's valid because it swept liquidity here and then shifted structure here. Now, this is the 15-minute chart. You can always check out which time frame I'm at down here on the down right corner. This is the 15-minute chart. And so bullish candle and then bearish shift, sweeping liquidity, shifting structure. I would say that this is absolutely a valid level. Not the perfect one, not the most beautiful one, but it starts at 999.75 on the micro. So eventually we got back there, and I know quite some people from my chat, I mean, a few people took it on the chat and made some good profits. So now that we're in the zone, technically, I see nothing more, just sideways action. That's where we are at right now. So nothing more. Nothing more. Felipe, are you a car racing enthusiast? Well, I was watching Formula One when I was like much younger, while I was in high school. But nowadays, not really. I mean, not that much. Do you teach how to find the fair value gaps? So yeah, I can give you some examples. There's basically so many fair value gaps, like it's all around the place. But obviously, a fair value gap is only good when you can put it in perspective with an entry model or as a target. But obviously, a fair value gap, as the name says, for example, let's go with this one here. Bullish, yeah, this is the 5-minute chart. It will be good. So this bullish candle was pushing higher in the silver bullet hour, and after this bullish candle, we had this. Let me get this off. I know it's distracting. Let me get this off. So after this push, we had this kind of like a pin bar here, a bearish pin bar. But the thing is, the market actually didn't go lower. So the next candle after this one didn't go below the previous candle. Like, this is a bullish scenario. And so fair value has not been offered to the sellers. So the buyers were offered fair value of price being entering in the market right here and pushing higher and higher. Some sellers were offered fair value, but then the buyers took control and started to push higher. But on this candle at 1050, the sellers were not that strong. And so the sellers have not been offered fair value. So fair value has not been offered to the sellers. Same goes in a bearish scenario, right? Now, fair value gaps are all around the place, everywhere. All right. Depends on which time frame you're looking for. On the 5-minute right now, if we look back, obviously we can find the fair value gap here. Depends on, you know, what is your criteria. We can find fair value gaps for just 1 or 2 ticks. Now, those things, I don't think that usually those gaps are not that significant. I would say mostly when there is a liquidity void, which I'm going to talk about a little bit after. Navab, hey, good to see you. What's up? And so there's another fair value gap here, and there's another one here. Now, obviously, I'm just saying this. For example, eDisco was asking, and for those of you who are new in trading or not familiar with smart money concepts, obviously price at some point, it depends on time and price, you know, news, tendencies of the day, and all that stuff. So you got to learn about market structure. But there is a possibility when you're looking for example, shorts, then you can use this level as a possible target for the market to offer fair value to the sellers. So if you have an entry here, which I don't think there is, maybe on the 1 minute, but I'm not going to switch. Maybe you can enter on a short if you have an entry there and target the fair value for sellers. Anyway, this was in a nutshell. Obviously, there are so many thousands of videos on YouTube, and you can learn about fair value gaps. How do you trade in news? Well, homie, there is one thing you can do trading news. You're not trading the news. That is something I learned on the hard way. It was very painful. I suffered a lot. You're just not trading the news. Okay, that's a fact. That you have to accept it and move on. You're not trading the news. When there's, for example, CPI news is going to hit the market. Is it going to be at 8:30? I think. I don't even know. I think 8:30 Eastern Standard. Exactly like Drew says, there is absolutely no control. You have absolutely no control because even if you're trying to enter with the limit order, there could be slippage, data connection issues, whatever. We've seen everything in the past years, right? So that is a huge risk, not to mention that you can't really trade the news. I mean, the exact moment of the news at MyFundedFutures, so on the funded account, okay? Obviously, you can go crazy on an evaluation account if you want to, but that's actually building a bad habit, okay? We talked about the bad habits too. If you're an experienced trader, you can go crazy on an evaluation account on the news if you know what you're doing, and if you're experienced, and obviously you have payouts and you have a cash flow, you can go crazy. Nothing wrong with that. But if you're fairly new in trading, forget about the news. Okay, and don't forget, I think there's a 4-minute window at MyFundedFutures on the funded accounts. 2 minutes before the news release and 2 minutes after. Got to stay flat, okay? And so the problem, especially with CPI and NFP, even if you somehow manage to trade the news on your personal account or on an eval, is that it's just going to spike all the way up and down, and it's going to destroy your position, or you're going to be slipped with like 20 points or 30 points, 50 points. I'm seeing everything. There's nothing good coming out of trading the news. And actually, the best way is to wait. Even if you want to trade it somehow, the minimum I would wait is like 10 to 15 minutes. Let the dust settle and see what's going to happen, right? Yeah, DH. NFP was absolutely crazy last time. Gold dropped. I traded gold as well. So speaking about fair value gaps, I want to show you guys this example, and I think it's a good example for who was asking it anyway. I forgot your name there. So if you go to the 5-minute chart on gold, so this is gold. Let's go to the left, and let's go to last Friday. Okay, last Friday to 5:55 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. This is the liquidity void here. Okay, now, it's not like a crucial level, but when the market is trading on the kill in the kill zone, I would say that it's crucial to mark up these levels because price is definitely going to mitigate it. So liquidity void, bullish push. The next candle is printing like, I don't even know, in this case, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like 4 ticks higher. Or is it points there? Yeah, it's points because I traded CFDs as well. I'm not really trading gold nowadays, but I wanted to scalp this. So there is this gap here, and there was no trading at 6 a.m. Eastern Standard. So the first candle here, exactly, Drew, exactly. So the first candle on Friday, 6 a.m. Eastern Standard, did not trade lower. Absolutely no trading has been done here since Friday, 6 a.m. All right. So all I did is I extended this gap here to the right. And obviously, I dived down to the 1-minute chart on gold, and I did this live on stream. I was like, this trade was, again, another scalp trade. All I did is, so this was only based on intuition and chart time. And these are the kind of VSN, I'm blessing you. All right. You are blessed now. But really, I'm blessing you. So the more chart time you take, and the more backtesting you do, and the more you're watching, for example, these gaps or liquidity voids, the more conviction you're going to have that when the market is trending, just like gold did in the silver bullet hour, there's a high probability that this gap at least is going to get wicked, like at least one wick should go down, even if it bounces off from that. So I entered somewhere here, and eventually it went down. Okay, so this was a nice little example of why, especially in the kill zones, liquidity voids matter. Okay, so let's get back to NQ. Oh my God, it's like watching paint dry, right? So this price action is like going into a barcode chart right now. Where's your what? Pause? The abyss. What do you mean? Gold moves. Yeah, exactly. So about gold, what I noticed, and I'm like 90% of the time I'm trading NQ, but like 5 or 10% of the time I try to trade gold. And I noticed that when London or Asia is not really moving, that gold is still trying to, I mean, not trying to, but usually we have something good on gold, right? So just a small info there. Oh, okay. All right, Evis. All right. Insane Chill. Hello. Good to see you. All right. So that was the technical side of this. And yeah, as Ash was also saying, like we're moving into CPI tomorrow. Try to be careful at the news release. Ivan Omits, hello. How do you trade breaker blocks? I don't really trade breaker blocks per se. I mean, the breaker, I mean, obviously referring to the unicorn model. But I'm not really, I don't have a specific entry model for the breaker block itself. I mean, for the bullish breaker, if that's what you mean, that is simple. Let me just find a good example here. But yeah. Yeah, exactly, Jan. Exactly. Let me delete this. It would have been better for a breaker if for example, here, let me go to, this would be good. Let me zoom in. It would have been much better if price would have wicked down there. Oh, no, not this one. If price would have just wicked down there, then I would say, you know, lower high. No, I'm sorry. Lower low, lower high, and then no, this is not it, man. I'm just all over the place here. I need to find a good example here, like a textbook example on today, but I don't see any. Well, actually there is, but it's not a textbook example because there's a swing high here and there's one here. Maybe on the 1 minute or 3 minute chart. Maybe the 1 minute would be better. That's a good break. Yeah, but obviously I was looking for an absolute textbook one. Low, high, lower, low. Exactly. But in this case, like this scenario, if this would have gone even lower, that would have been a much nicer one. But anyway, on the 1 minute, it still looks okay, especially because we have a higher high here. And after the higher high, we just went lower, right? This makes it even better. And then comes the the push here. All you have to look for is that market structure shift with a fair value gap. So there's one gap. No, not that one. Sorry. So this gap here could have been utilized for a possible long entry. But obviously price didn't go back down there. There was no retracement. Even if you put the fib here, I would say the lower side of the gap would be at least at the 50% retracement, but it didn't go down. But that would have been a nice entry from down there. Exactly. Exactly, John. Yeah. I was looking for that too. And I was kind of waiting, but it was just so aggressively going higher. Anyway, back here. Just sideways action. Yeah, we never got it. You can be aggressive, by the way. If you want to go aggressive, you can actually search for an inversion gap, maybe. If it's not going back to your entry, but there was no inversion, nothing on the 1 minute. Oops, sorry. Nothing on the 3. Maybe on the 5, but that's not a perfect entry, and it's not even a breaker. It's just an inversion. So when I really want to go aggressive, maybe I take just a simple inversion gap, and I can take it to my target. Basically, whatever you do, it's super important to... I'm sorry, Jan, I'm just switching all around the time frames here. So whatever you do, that's why I said you must do your analysis before starting to trade. So when I started out the day, let me just go back to the 5 minute here. When I started out the day, I already put this level here, and I was kind of looking for the gap to close, which it did. I thought that it's going to happen after the market opens, but eventually it closed it before. So, hey there. Rumor. I think that's how I pronounce the name, right? Right? Rumor. What hobbies do you have that takes your mind off of the charts? I like to drive the car. I know it sounds crazy, but no, that's not a hobby actually. What are my hobbies? I would like to say I like to go to the gym, but that's not a hobby. I don't really like to go to the gym. I love cars, and I love to drive, and that's kind of a hobby. And I'm not gonna get this for you guys because there's some models here on my shelf, but I'm not gonna show it. I usually like to read and watch the movies and play online poker, but I'm very bad at it. But to really take my attention off the charts, I just need to go out and touch grass, basically. Just go out. Jan, if gym is your hobby, I envy you. Oh my God. I wish the gym would be my hobby as well because I'm just, it's so exhausting for me to be there, even to try to go there. Exactly. So when I wake up, I have my my duffel bag, filled with everything, with the clothes and everything, with the stuff, water, towel, everything. Okay, already packed in previous night, and I'm just like, oh man, I just have to go. I hate this. I don't want to go. What car do I have? I have a 2009 BMW 5 Series, which I bought from prop firm payouts because it was a cheap car. I don't want to put this show into a car show. So, but the question was good. You got to have something that drives your attention away from the markets, right? I'm a BMW enthusiast. I have to say that. Car reveal. If you visit my channel, you can watch my car. I made a video about that. For body. Actually, I take so many stuff to the gym, like not just the towels, extra pair of shoes, hoodies, t-shirts, everything is there. Automatic, but now I'm looking for something else. I'm actually investing a small amount of money, but not to stocks, but to a car. But the reveal is going to happen maybe sometime next week. I don't know. It's not going to be a BMW giveaway. So yeah, you really back to trading. You definitely have to have something that drives your mind away from the chart, especially on a bad day. It's super important. Right? And trading is lonely, is very lonely thing, and that's why it's good to join a community like here at MyFunded TV. I think the hosts are sharing lots of valuable information. Personally in my life, I have a few friends, but nobody cares about trading. Nobody actually cares about what I do in trading, and I can't really talk about this with anyone because nobody really cares about it. So you just sit down to the chart, you feel lonely, nobody to share information with, but it's crucial to have a good community. Just stock exhaust, Navab, nothing extra. No, nothing modified. I'm just going to say this before deviating completely from trading, that in terms of cars, I don't like tuning the car, especially the BMW. I don't like the tune. I don't like stage 2, stage 3, all that kind of modification. I just like to stay OEM stock. Clean OEM stock, nothing special. Okay. Guys, when you get older, you will understand, okay? I was young, 20 years old. I did the same stupid things, modifying stage 2 and everything kind of crazy stuff. Trust me, you're going to get older. And then you're going to say like, okay, I'm not going to do that. So, all right, let's move on, okay? So obviously got to have something. And because of this, I have some good topics. Nothing right now. Dodger, no leaks. Absolutely. Exactly. You know, there's a saying, the cheapest, the most expensive BMW is the most cheapest one. That's what they say here in Hungary. The most expensive BMW is the most cheapest one. Exactly. Oh, you're close to passing the eval. Anyway, I have the topics here, and I wanted to talk about the small green days, right? Why small green days are the foundation of a funded career, right? Because I trade small, I also trade with micros, you know, and that's how I keep reaching those payouts. Maybe not 10K days yet, but I'm aiming for that. But, you know, $1,000 here and there, obviously it adds up in a month, right? So let's talk about this. Ice, good to see you. Simba, 17K? You're up 17K or payout 70K? Congratulations. That is awesome. Oh, by the way, follow MyFundedTV on TikTok. Exactly. Congratulations on 17K. My view on oil, we can check for a quick look, but I'm not really trading crude oil. During the morning session, we talked about that it should be, you know, sweeping more liquidity. But right now, this is the 1 hour chart. I'm trying to look for some zone that I like for this one to take. I think there's a zone here, not a perfect one, at 67.08. I think it can go down a little bit more and maybe pick some orders up from that gap at 66.90. But then after that, I see nothing on the downside on the 1 hour chart. And on the 15-minute, nothing more as well. So I would like to see crude oil go a little bit lower. But otherwise, nothing for the day. Nothing. So a little bit more bearish than bullish, my view on crude oil right now. But this is just my first glimpse look, you know. And so I don't know what's the snooze fest. The range right now is 20-ish points. That's very bad. That is a red flag of not to trade. Yeah, 17K is awesome. That is awesome. Should be dropping. I don't know. But anyway, let's go with this. Yeah, a breakout could happen. So as I said, this could be important for some of you guys. So why small green days are the foundation of a funded career, okay? So first, the problem, all right? Too many traders blow up funded accounts chasing big wins. We all know that, right? We want to get those big wins, obviously, and they pass the eval with one lucky setup. Don't tell me you never did that or you never went full porting, right? They try to repeat the big green day over and over, and that is exactly, amongst many other things, that's going to put you into a bad habit or a bad cycle, okay? If you try to pass an account in one day, obviously you can do it. It's technically possible, but it's more likely for more experienced traders, or if you financially can manage that cash flow. Like, for example, you buy 2 or 3 evaluation accounts, and you might want to, you know, pass those accounts, especially the expert account or the starter. There's no consistency, not the starter plus, the starter or the expert. And so you just want to pass that. And as I said, technically you can do it, but you got to have some kind of a data of how much you pass in one day. But that's another thing. That's account management. Again, that like multiple account management thing. I just want to say, you just want to repeat that big green day over and over, and that's why it can put you into a very bad negative spiral, okay? But with funded rules, the same aggression, you know, that can backfire a lot, and you got to be aware of that. Trump is going to speak. Oh, my God. Okay, I'm flat, so I'm not looking for any trade. But that's why everybody's waiting. That would be interesting. Maybe he's going to announce something on the on the tariffs with Russia. I did read something about the Russia tariffs not too long ago, but we'll see. Oh, he's done about Russia. Okay. All right. Let me know if he's finished already. Okay. So I just want to say that small green days are the solution. Okay. They may not feel as flashy or like, but here's why they really mean everything in trading. Like, yeah, it's not like you're putting it out on social media that, okay, you made 10K on a trade or 5K on a trade. Sometimes we all do that. Okay, we understand that happens sometimes, but again, in the long run, you got to stay with those small base hits. But that's why we're going to go into the details. All right. Trump is cooking. Oh my gosh. So first off, the small green days. Number one, they keep you in the game because that's what's most important. To stay in the game, not to blow up the account. Everybody takes it very lightly that, okay, who cares about keeping the account for 30 days? Well, you got to ask yourself how many payouts you achieved so far. And maybe, this question should not be the ones who are already taking consistent payouts. But if you're still looking for your first 1 or 2 payouts, or you just had 1 or 2, then obviously this should be very important for you, to stay in the game and to keep the account, even the evaluation account, for a month. Okay. I'm green plus 500, but my account term expires in 2 days. What would you do, Mr. Smith? If you're 500 plus and the reset is gonna, the rebill is gonna happen in 2 days, don't do anything crazy. Trade small, continue to trade small, and let the rebill happen, because you're gonna have another 30 days, and obviously the target is just, even if you're not doing anything until then, it's going to be easier to make $2,500. For example, if you have a 50K account, if you have a 50K account and the target is 3,000, obviously, or whatever it can be a 150K account. The thing is, mathematically, you're reducing that target by $500. So mathematically, statistically speaking, don't do anything crazy. If you're in the green, even small green, just continue to trade with proper risk management. Okay? You're increasing your odds and chances. So, just saying. Tom's first bet comes. I don't understand that, but yeah. I just want to say, by the way, stick around at the stream. There might something that's gonna happen. I don't know when, but when I say this, you gotta be at the stream. Simantov, I'm just saying it, okay? Just stick around. I'm not lying. Jan wants you to leave, but don't leave. Stick around. You never know. All I can tell you, you never know. I'm just teasing you guys, all right? You never know. All I can tell you. Okay. So you got to keep yourself in the game. $100 or $200 or $300 green day may not changing your life today, but it protects your funded account, so you can keep playing the long game, because it's a marathon, right? It's not a sprint. So number 2 is these small wins stacking up fast. Like, imagine 10 days of $150 of profit. That's $1,500. Only 10 trading days. You might be saying, oh, but it's 2 weeks. That's 2 weeks of trading. And what's the problem with that? Ask yourself the question, okay, but how many payouts you had so far? What is your consistency? What are your results? How much tuition you paid in the prop firm business so far? Got to look back, because I know these negative feelings when you ask yourself like, okay, but what do I do with $100? I can make a living from $100 per day, because you might say that, or maybe you say, no, $100 a day is not enough for me, or $150. But 10 days, and that's $1,500. And let's just talk about in averages. So you make $1,500 in 10 days on a funded account, where your initial investment was just a fraction of that. I would say that could be life-changing money, right? But they keep adding up and stacking up fast. Compare that to a big day, like a $1,000 day, followed by a blown drawdown next day. I mean, obviously, you can choose, which boat are you want to be in. You want to be lucky for a day with $1,000, and then you go crazy the next day because you have the same expectations, but you're just going to destroy your account because you're expecting the same run to happen over and over. So there you go. Homie's saying $100 is more than enough for me. There you go. And that's also one of the initial problem here. I don't want to criticize anyone. Like, it's not personal or anything. I'm just saying that mostly on new traders in the prop firm space, the expectations are high. There's nothing wrong with, the law of attraction and everything. Yeah, we all want to be millionaires next week. Yeah, that's cool. No, actually not next week, but that's a different thing. But high expectations are gonna make it super hard for you to be successful. And many traders, including myself in my first 1 or 2 years when I was trading back then with CFD prop firms, it's going to make it so much harder. I mean, you got to accept the fact that it takes a learning curve. And the learning curve is going to be almost flat in the first couple of weeks or months. It's just going to be small baby steps forward. And the goal is not to make those profits, but to build up the good habits and ignore the bad habits and completely lose those bad habits. All right. That's what trading is about. And we can talk all about zones and strategies. And I'm saying the same thing. I told you guys, we're going to talk about the same stuff every single day by a different perspective. So keep that in mind. And if you think it's, you might say that, okay, but that's stupid. Maybe you might say that. I said that too back in the days. Okay, I don't want to be that guy who is doing the same thing with 1 micro or 2 micro in the next couple of weeks or months or whatever, Just saying that the first goal is to build up the good habits, lose the bad habits, because it's all about that. Exactly, helpful, exactly. So repetition makes an impression, exactly. That's what you need to do. Oh my God, everybody, it's happening. Something is going on. That's all I can say. Something is happening. Watch the screen. All right. That's all I could tell you guys. The market makers, right? Everybody, act fast. Come on, quick. I think how many accounts went bust because of overreach and the time. Yeah. If you could go back and just do it 100-day, you would be. Oh, exactly. I 100% agree. 100% agree. Absolutely, Bill. Got to reset. Yes, I had to do a reset. Yeah, shame on you. But no, it's nothing bad doing a reset. Obviously, it happens with everybody. The reset is only good until you can get a positive takeaway from what you were doing wrong. You know, if you need to take a reset, by all means, take a reset. We all been there. We know that. But don't take the reset just because of anger and revenge trading. That is not something you should do. That's not the reset is there for. Okay? Thank you, VSN. Would you ever join the Robbins Cup? Maybe. Yeah, DH. Maybe I would consider. Yes. Maybe I would not be making 400% in a year, but you know what? I would join with like a 10K account, and I have like realistic expectations that I think I could push it to like 20, 30, 50%. Who knows? Throughout the year. Why not? I'm gonna buy you a new. Oh, you're gonna. Thank you, VSN. Look up for my email. I'll send you where to ship the car and the exact type. Thank you. Is the Robbins Cup even worth competing in? It depends. Good question. I would say the Robbins Cup is, well, as far as I checked, the Robbins Cup, it's for people most likely some people there are from social media. Maybe it's good for business to build up a reputation as a trader. And I think that would be the thing I would enter. Maybe that's a big question mark to the Robbins Cup, to build more reputation in the trading space. So otherwise, I don't see any other big benefits, because the real good traders don't need to be on the Robbins Cup. The best of the best traders don't care about the Robbins Cup. I know it sounds weird, but they don't really care about it. I mean, why would they? They just printing money every day like a money-making machine. So why would they waste their time on the Robbins Cup, right? But anyway, it could be a good good for brand building, and obviously for self-confidence as well. Would you take a short now? No. And the reason is, if I look left, I just don't like these swing highs. We have relative equal highs. I just don't feel like that this market wants to stop here. I know that you're seeing a possible short entry. So if I zoom in on the 1 minute, it looks like almost like a unicorn entry model, right? I got to say that this is tempting to go short. What's the stop here? 10 points. No, I just don't. There's a consolidation area here. Even if price would go down here, like to try to retest the 23K, I don't think I would. It's just too slow. It's too slow. And also the time of day. We are in the lunch hour. Lowest probability setups, in my personal opinion, are in the lunch hour. And I think we will just see like continuation. Now, very important, this 23,000 level. As you see, price was pretty much holding here. So by this time of the day, I would say, obviously it can change, but by this time of the day, the 23K level turns into it turns into support, is what I want to say. So it's just going to turn into support and maybe pushing price higher, especially if you look on the 5 minute or 15 minute. Let's just look at it. Okay. So here's my answer. Definitely no short. Oh my God. Why didn't I see that? Here's another zone. I didn't see that. It's not a beautiful zone. It's not a textbook level. But look at that. Boom. A 15-minute supply zone up here. No. I'm not taking a short. That's for sure. Seems to me that this one just wants to go higher. 15-minute candle. This is a valid, not a perfect one, not a 10 out of 10, but it's definitely a valid one. It took liquidity here, then pushed it lower with multiple market structure shifts to the downside here. Oh, sorry, that's a bullish one. So bearish market structure shift, and here as well. So the more market structure shifts it makes, the higher probability that it's just going to be mitigated or being broken. Boom. Look at all these structure breaks. 1, 2, 3, 4 times. Actually, more than 4. Wow. Multiple times. Even more. So no. Price should be moving into that zone. Why didn't I see that? I don't know. What did the janitor say when he jumped out of the closet? Supply. I needed that. I needed that. And ICT said he was going to beat Robbie. Oh, I remember, but I'm not going to comment. I respect ICT for his lectures. I'm not following him nowadays on YouTube or social media. But I all I can say, I was actually hoping that he will make it, but he didn't. But I'm not going to comment. But because I did learn a lot from him. I think he just put too much pressure on himself. That's my take. No, I love the distraction. I always do. So, exactly. So VSN, I 100% agree with you. I think the 2022 mentorship is the golden one. Like that is really the best one. I agree with that. And so we talked about the small gains. He's out of social media. Okay, that's cool. So the back to the topic. So the small profits, slow and steady wins the funding game. We all know that. And so the next thing, the small green days are building confidence and emotional discipline, or as I said, emotional edge, right? Small green days are this is the most heavy one, by the way. This is the one I always like to talk the more. This is my favorite topic, the emotional edge, the emotional discipline, because that is what's going to make you at the end successful or less successful. I don't believe that someone can be unsuccessful in trading as long as he or she is not giving up. That's what I think. So that's why I don't even want to say it out loud to the universe. So emotional edge is the most crucial one. There's so many strategies, right? But you got to go with this, and this is the strongest one. Like stringing together multiple green days trains your consistency muscle, right? Multiple small green days, it's going to build your consistency muscle the best. You stop feeling the urge to overtrade or make up for your yesterday. So if you made yesterday only $50 or you ended up in a small break even, small few dollars, but you already have like 5 or 10 trading days where you made like $150 with micros. As time goes by and you apply those small green days and you look back, that's going to help you tremendously in your emotional discipline. Yours is going to be like not overwhelmed and invincible. Like I said, that's also a bad habit, but you're going to look back and say, okay, today was a break-even day, or yesterday was a break-even day, but why should I push it? I'm just going to look for another $150, and I'm just going to slowly build this up. There's no rush, especially on a funded account. There's no more monthly fees. Take your time. Obviously, I think you have to push the button once every week, but that's easy, right? That's easy to do. MSG UFO. Hello. What's going on? So confidence grows when you feel in control. Okay, as I said, not when you gamble and get lucky. So I also got lucky a few times last month too, this month as well. I got lucky. Yeah. Some portion of my payout from the best month I had in May, some portion of that, like not a big portion, but a portion of that came of a lucky trade. It is what it is. But I'm not super proud of that lucky trade. Obviously, I like the money just like everybody, but that's not building up confidence. Actually, it made me nervous a little bit because the next day when I went back to the market, I was like, okay, I made a huge profit yesterday for my standards. I was like, man, I don't want to be on a negative streak today because yesterday I was lucky. Right? So that's just something. Does every strategy work? No, not every strategy. But I would say those strategies that you find free on YouTube or there are some forums and places, like I would say most of the strategies have some sort of an edge. As I said, even a super simple trend line strategy or just a moving average or a MACD or a stochastic, whatever, it can be an indicator, has an edge. Just simple candle formations have an edge. Obviously, you have to do a lot of backtesting regarding your entry model, how you want to utilize it. And you have to carve out your own way. But if you search for strategies on YouTube, I would say most of them has an edge. It all boils down to your discipline, right? That's all. Or risk management. Yeah, I mean, I know DH. Like lots of traders don't like MACD and RSI. I'm not trading it. I never did. I do see people online, social media using it, and I did not want it to be disrespectful to anybody who's using that or using something else. I'm just saying that I truly believe that there is so many strategies out there to choose from. It doesn't matter. I respect anyone who is using any other. I respect those of you guys who are using order flow or bookmap or whatever. As long as it makes you money, awesome. It all comes down to risk management, as I said. And we will repeat this 1,000 times if we have to, because it's all about that, right? So the small green days do count. Don't forget it. And again, I know many of these topics are mostly for those of you who are kind of looking for the first payouts or trying to be funded or just had one or two payouts so far. But I think it's crucial for the more experienced traders. Obviously, I will find good topics for them too. Can you stay over? Where? I can stay everywhere. So I just want to say about risk management. Small green days, all right. So if I just want to go down to scalp here, I would put my bet that this market is going to push into the 15-minute supply zone. Just saying. And by the way, if you guys have questions about this, I know we talked about cars, we talked about risk management, we talked about everything, but I'm happy to answer, happy to share info. Matt is going to be here, I think, in a minute. He's already around, but I'm going to keep you guys company, so no issue. And guys, listen to Matt. He has a very unique and very good approach with the markets. I mean, he is absolutely having professional stuff for you guys to share. I'm usually going with the mental aspect of all this and psychology, but Matt is printing money. What can I say? So that's why it's good. Like all the hosts have different approach and different stuff to share, and you can take away what's adding to your strategy. That's why you have to carve it out yourself at the end of the day or at the end of your journey. That's how it works. So yeah, I just want to say until Matt is going going to be around that. Thank you again for this session. I did enjoy. Daniel, I don't know. I would just say stick around for Matt's segment. Who knows what's going to happen? So I really enjoy being here at MyFunded TV. And guys, just taking advantage of the deals right now. MyFundedFutures is giving you 50% discount of your first purchase. I mean, sorry, not first purchase, this month. So first purchase this month, even for existing users, you get a 50% discount, and after that 15%. So you got to use that 50% deal. Okay, you got to use it. It's a no-brainer, especially on expert accounts, right? Hey, Adrian, good to see you. Absolutely. Ricky Martin, it seems like your name resembles like Ricky Martin Trader, but I don't know. But thank you. Sorry if I butchered the name there. So just a second. I have time, by the way. I'm just saying this for Matt. So Matt was just so I'm just gonna say okay, Matt is saying ready, so I'm gonna say hello everybody. Oh, Matt is here. All right. Hey there.
Hey Tom, it's Brian here. I got my sunglasses on.
What is there on your what is a 10K day again? Come on, man.
Yeah, it was another day like this. I had to put my sunglasses on because you're such a bright star, Tom. It's like it's so you shine so bright. That's what it is.
You know what? Next time, I have a sunglass as well. Is it here? I'm gonna put this on. You know, just to end the stream on a cool note. Let's put this like this. Okay, this is great.
All right, let's do it together. Hold on, okay, bro, you look so cool.
Bro, what's up? We look alike completely.
I think a lot of people say that we like at first glance that we kind of look alike.
We definitely, yeah.
Yeah, I hope I grow up to look as good as you, though, when I get older.
We'll see. My God, that was the best compliment. All right, thank you. All right, Chet.
Brother. Thank you, Matt.
I just want to say thank you, everybody, and listen to Matt. Thank you, Matt. Take it away.
Thank you, Tom. Bye. Appreciate it. All right, you guys, with some case here, really close. If you can see that I have these really awesome, these are the famous sunglasses that you guys see in all the pictures I have, like the blue sunglasses. Right. So Bitcoin 2022, I went there and you can actually see the other side of these sunglasses. If you notice any kind of trivia of where these sunglasses are, can y'all see what it says on the camera? Y'all read what that says? So these are FTX of all sunglasses I might as well be wearing like Enron sunglasses. You know what I'm saying? You know, like, oh, what the hell was his face? The Ponzi scheme guy sunglasses, right? So I have FTX sunglasses from the Bitcoin conference. I've kept them forever. There's some novelty crap sunglasses. I'm sure I can eBay these for like $10 whole or something. Probably worth something. But I have a little piece of Wall Street history right here on my desk all the time. Yeah, might as well be sold by Bernie Madoff. But yeah, FTX, right? You know, the big crypto collapse, exchange collapse. You guys all know the story of that. But anyways. Those awesome sunglasses I've had ever since then. I went up there with a bunch of my friends just to check out the Bitcoin conference at the peak of Bitcoin at the time. It was a huge, huge event. There was a music festival with like Dead Mouse and Steve Aoki and Hannibal Buress, the comedian, was there. I mean, it was a huge, like, crazy event, the Bitcoin conference 2022. Anyways, I don't do anything in Bitcoin, so I just went there just to go and network. But it's kind of fun. Welcome, guys. So yeah, I had a 13K day today. This has been an incredible day. Yet again, I'm on a 15-day streak. It's been crazy. These are my accounts right here. My MyFunded live account is right here in the middle. This is another prop firm. We'll just call it prop firm A, prop firm B. Babysitting the same 3 accounts. He's babysitting the same 5 accounts, trading them, and each one of them's hit max profit. So I can't even really trade anymore except for my funded account if you want to try to squeeze a little bit more out of that. But this has been a fantastic day. This was textbook day. Rocket Scooter liquidity pockets. I feel like I've been like saying this, so I've been blue in the face because I've made the same trade almost every single day for weeks now. And it's just been hit. Today was really simple. Our liquidity pocket, as you know, is a spot between a bull and bear zone. You guys don't forget to hit the like button. Everybody down here, they might drop a giveaway in a little bit. If you guys can give some love to the stream. Let me hold on 1 second. Yeah, text here. Yeah, get some love to the stream, you guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Liquidity pocket is a spot between a bull and bear zone where markets are liquid, and liquid markets traditionally don't crash without big news to crash them. And so all morning today, pocket trades were good. In between the two zones, I long those every single time. There's a song I play on my stream called Every Single Time, just to show statistically when something works, you have to trade it every time to realize the stats. Now, nothing works every time ever. Statistically, if you have an edge, you must play the edge every time. Like if you have high odds on something, you should make the same bet every time, because over time you're betting on odds. Statistical trading requires every single time participation. So it means I have to survive on the times it doesn't work. Today was a time it didn't work the first time that easily. The pocket goes from here to there. I longed with some of my accounts, and market fell, and market fell, and market fell. I have another every single time strong pivot. I trade off of there and there. And so on my first account on stream and a couple others that I got in on were getting close to taking a loss, right here at the second pivot, I just longed in all the rest of my accounts. And then while I did stop out on some of the ones that did take the initial loss, the remainder of my accounts made the gain. And then when we dipped right there, the two accounts that took, I think it's like 3 or 4 accounts that took a loss here, I jumped back in here and made the trade one more time to turn all my accounts green. I flip my accounts a lot like this and rotate them for that very purpose. And here's a cool little trick I teach people. Let's say that I have an account. One of my accounts has 50K buffer. One of them has 40K buffer, and I'm going to make up something. I don't know. Let's say that the other 3 had 10K. I'm just going to make something up. Okay. And so if I know my first trade has the potential to fall to another pivot, I will assign my accounts with the most room to fail here and get those accounts first. And then at the second high volume pivot, because it's rare to break one, and it's rarer to break one and then another, and it's a no news day, so I wouldn't bet on that. The accounts that don't have a lot of fat in them, I'll attack at the second pivot. So these can sustain a little bit more drawdown than these, and rotating prop accounts this way is one of the secrets to doing well in the prop space. You guys say we love you, Matt. Thank you, Danny. Appreciate that. Love you guys. Love y'all too. So questions, you guys, y'all understand this, right? When I say rotating my accounts, which one do I trade? I don't copy trade and trade all my accounts at once. The way to turn all my accounts green is to not trade them at once. It's to use them differently. The ones that I know could take a little bit more drawdown are the ones that I put in first. And then the ones that had the least fat are the ones that made the money first. And then the ones that were red, I attacked them a second time all up in here and a third time up in here. And the accounts that were red finally turned green. So I was like red in some, green in some, then less red, and then no red. And that's a trick. I do that trick every single day. And let's imagine as a hypothetical example, you have one account that's up $3,000 before it blows up, and then one account that's up $1,000 before it blows up, okay? And you have to choose. Well, you have 2 really strong pivots nearby. The 3,000 gets traded there. The 1,000 gets traded there. And say the 3,000 loses 2,000, okay? Now it's down to 1. And that was your stop. And then the 1,000 made 2,000. So now it's up to 3. And so the very next trade that you do that's not the highest probability, you'll rotate this one in first when earlier you did this one first. So the one that has the biggest fat is the one that takes the most risk. If I have 2 strong pivots nearby, an example, I could long here and long there, and I want to trade both of them. My stronger accounts go there and my weaker accounts go there, because it's rare to break high probable, back to back to back to back. So I put in my stronger accounts there, my weaker accounts there, and I've always done this rotating props, right? This is a trick. And again, I'm new to the prop game. I've only been doing props for like half a year. And the idea is, can I master the prop game utilizing my normal trading strategy, but also some clever strategies that you wouldn't do in a real trading account? You don't have that ability to treat your trading account into discrete sections like that. Now, you will cost basis average in a real trading account kind of in a similar fashion. I could long 1 contract here, then long 2 more there to get a really solid cost basis at that other pivot. Sure, I do that all the time. But in the prop world, you're looking for risk and reward and return on investment of your investment into the prop account to begin with. There's a fixed cost. You're not really looking at risk on the trade. You're looking at the probability of blowing up, which is your risk of the trade, your fixed cost to go to drawdown. So you can treat each account like it's its own thing with its own risk. The risk is the total amount you can lose, the amount that you paid for the account. And so that's basically what I do whenever I'm trading, especially in props, is that not copy trading my accounts all 5 at one time has been crucial to making money and having winning streaks and doing whatever. It's because even if one account blew up or something and the other 4 didn't, and I can just replace the one that blew up with one that didn't. But splitting up my risk gives me higher odds of success. That's kind of it. Welcome to the stream, guys. Yeah, 13K day. It's pretty nice. I'm doing pretty good. How you guys doing? Did you have a fun weekend? Did you do anything fancy? 100K month already. In prop firm B, which is another prop firm, I'm not saying the name, but let's see how much I'm up this month in said prop firm. All right, let me double check. What is this? Let's just do this month. This month in prop firm B, 40,000 this month in that one. In my funded, so add 40, and let me show you guys the P&L. Again, I'm always big about showing P&L. Verify all this. This month with my funded live account. Let me get you guys a little screeny shot of this. Let me get a report here. Report. So 40 from this prop. My funded live, here's the full P&L. Again, like I said, when you guys are learning from people, there's a lot of people out there trying to teach, sell you something, whatever. Look, ask them to show you this kind of stuff. I'll pull it live on screen. No gimmicks. This is this month. So 40K in one. This one is up 7,000. This is my live account with my funded. It's working its way higher. Like I said, just getting started with this guy. So that's 47 there. And then the other accounts, those are all up close to another 20. So 67, 68 this month. 1,000 between all the 9 accounts. And the month is halfway over. So hopefully keep that trajectory going. But here are my stats you guys want to see. And also when you're looking at trading stats, it's very important that people show you their stats and you see all the pieces of it, right? In my screen here, let me show you what my stats and how to read some of this. How do you know if somebody's good? These are really good stats you should always look at. And again, ask your gurus and gurus out there to show you any historic performance. Like this, my new challenge is to take this MyFunded account to 100,000 gross P&L. That's what I want to get to. That's my first challenge I'm going to do. And what you want to look for are some very key components of how they control their trades. Max run up to max drawdown ratio is going to tell you like how the V's dip in that account as it's growing. A run up drawdown ratio, anything greater than 2 is going to move up 2 for every 1, right? If it's 3, it's going to move up 3 for every 1, right? And mine is 4 so far. It's been a good month. So it's like I go up 4 for every 1 I step down. So that's good to have that run up to drawdown ratio really good. My average trade time, I try to keep very small. I lose very quick. Less than 30 minutes is fine. I don't know why my longest trade time was this other than I was trading overnight. I think that's why it is. My normal average trade time is roughly half an hour, give or take. So here it is. Oh, here it is, 23. 23 minutes, I'm in and out on a trade. On my losing trade, 8 minutes. You see how this is also 2 very important stats. What does this tell you? I'm going to quiz the chat. What does it tell you when somebody is showing their losing trade time and their losing trade time is very small? Somebody said it wasn't 69, LOL. What does it tell you when you see the average losing time is very small? A third of what the average winning time is. Cut your losers quick. So I know when I'm wrong, I call it loss efficiency. I know that I'm wrong very quick. Whenever I'm in a trade, I know that I'm wrong very quick. And how do I do that? Is because I know I only enter at the right spots. And I always tell people the most important thing about your entry process is to being right and wrong from the right place. If I know there's high volume somewhere, as in here and here, high volume, then I know that I want to take my either long or short bet, whichever side I want to take, I'm going to take it where volume's going to be because I can gauge very quickly if I'm wrong. Clearly, the high volume came right there. And then as we're touching the zone boundaries, there's high volume there. So I know I need to bet from here. It doesn't matter which way yet. We haven't talked about that, but I need to bet from here. I need to bet from here. Betting at the right place means that if I get in here, then very quickly, I know that I'm wrong because I go 40 points under and I'm out. Because of that, my average trade time of losing is quick. I can cut my losses quick. If you guys want to know the secret to cutting your losses quick, it's not just closing the trade quick. It's entering the trade at the right spot so that you are convinced that you're wrong as quick as possible. Imagine if I were to long right here, and then I'm in the trade for 20 minutes before I stop out, and then I happen to even be right in the long direction. I not only took a loss, but I was in the trade for 20 minutes just to lose. Imagine the psychology of that versus I'm in, okay, I'm out. I'm in, okay, I'm out. Does everyone understand the difference there psychologically, right? It's a huge difference. Imagine being in a trade to wait half an hour to ultimately lose. Isn't it better for your mental game to be in a trade at the right spot and to be out of the trade quick when you're wrong, right? Think about it like that. This is very important to trading. So when you're trading, anything that looks for volume, especially Rocket Scooter, it excels in finding volume. VWAPs, volume profiles, anything you can use to find volume should tell you I'm trading here and I'm trading here and nowhere in between. What's going on here? I don't care. Are you going to get in a trade, Matt? I don't care. I don't know what's up here. This is no man's land. Maybe here, and maybe there are my choices to make. Because of that, I'm not holding on for long periods of time. Tell me about this market. What's the risk you're running being in a trade for like an hour? Tell me what's going to happen in that hour. Just talk about the environment, the world we live in right now. NQ, Matt, don't care. I'm going to hurt NQ's feelings. I don't care. Yeah, news. Hello. President Trump is going to say anything out of the blue. Tweet risk, LOL. Yeah. So you want to be in and out as quick as you can as a product of this environment. Remember Biden was president, right? Like the president, hate the president, doesn't matter. It's not a political show. But, we almost forgot Biden was even in office. He didn't really do anything to the stock market. As traders, you never heard Biden's name come up. It was like almost ignorable. And Trump every day is like, is he going to say something? Oh, God. Trump is the biggest risk to the market. With Biden for those 4 years, how much easier trading was that you didn't know you didn't even know he was there half the time. So he never did anything to move the market around in big drops. Trump, however, is the most volatile president I've ever seen in trading, probably that we've ever had, in that Trump's words move the market like crazy. So time is a huge problem. Time in trade and time in market is a huge problem. You want to be in and out as quick as possible. Trading efficiency and entry efficiency is more important now than it ever has been before because you want to keep your losses small. But the thing is that you want to keep your time down. In this environment, somebody said, genius, Matt. Well, I appreciate the comments. I put a lot of thought into my trading. And if you guys don't put this much thought into it, it's important that you do. You want to be wrong as quick as you can and be out, which means you have to get in at the right spot. My losses are cut quick in time and in profit. These are the two things you want to be in. You don't want to be locked into a trade for an hour because it's one thing to control your loss and be down $1,000. It's another thing for Trump to be down, make you go down $10,000 because it hits you like that, right? So you're kind of like walking through a lightning storm. You ever go to the grocery store? You got your grocery cart full of groceries and you walk outside and it's shh, and you're scared to go to your cart. You're like, oh God. And you're looking at this metal shopping cart you're pushing. You're like, and you're like, I got to get to my car as quick as possible. And then you wait for the next lightning strike to happen. And then as soon as it happens, you run, right? We do this, right? That's what your trading is like with Trump as president. You're dodging lightning strikes as much as you can. And you're running through a lightning storm holding like 2 metal golf clubs in your hand. And you got to get out quick. As soon as he says something and he undoes it, you're like, cool, he's not going to talk for another day. I've got perfect time to run to my car with my groceries. And so this is like really what it's like. It's like as a Floridian, the analogy is real. Oh yeah, dude, I live in Texas. We get lightning, crazy thunderstorms like you wouldn't even believe down here. But Florida, it's certainly, same area of the world. But yeah, so that's basically what you're looking for. And then the rest of the thing on the stats, run up to drawdown ratio means control of your win to loss, right? Whether you have a high win rate, which contributes to that, or good R&R contributes to that. Either way, I'm a high win rate kind of trader. Now, this is a little bit low for what I normally do. But again, I'm just getting started, and it was a little choppy for a while. But it's 60%. Normally, I hit about 70. We'll see if I can't get this up. But normally, with the high win rate, I can get a lot of 1-to-1s and still pull a high run up to drawdown ratio. But also making sure that you keep your average losing trade time quick by making sure your entry efficiency is good. The other stat is expectancy, which basically just means, are you profitable or not? Anything above 0 is profitable. Anything below 0 is not. It's comparing your wins to your losses. And this basically says every time I put $1 out there, or that's how much I'm going to make out of it. So every trade I do, there's a formula for expectancy. Let me get you guys a link for it. Let me go to Google so I can find something here. It is your win rate times your average win minus your loss rate minus your expected loss. Let me give you guys an equation here. I was just getting too lazy to type it. Let AI type it for me. There's your expectancy. It is win rate. I typed it in chat. Win rate times average win minus your loss rate times your average loss. And it's basically, it's a measure of profitability. If it's close to 0, either your win rate is off or your average win, average loss are the same size. But expectancy is up. You're either having a high win rate or a high R&R or a combination of both. And that's it. And there's two kinds of traders out there. You are either the kind of trader that has a high win rates, or you're a kind of trader that doesn't, but also just gets big R&R on their trades. I'm in one of the few people in the camp of I have a high win rate. And it's rare to have a high win rate because it means you have a genuine edge in the market. You win more trades than you lose, but I win a lot of smaller trades. I don't necessarily get like 4-to-1 and 5-to-1 trades. This quote unquote $13,000 was just made by a little 40-point scalps in NASDAQ. I'm not riding the wave up to make a big gain. I'm taking a lot of more probabilistic base hits than I am swinging for the fence. Two different kinds of traders. I'm scared to be in the market to try to get a home run 400-point day because Trump can ruin my party any point in time. So I'm the kind of trader that gets my 1-to-1 or 1.5-to-1 trades and get out, but they work more than they don't. So I bet on the base hit philosophy, and people in my chat, we call it the EST philosophy, is that if I have something that's going to work 80% of the time or whatever, then I have to do it every time so that the odds will realize. And maybe it loses 4 or 5 times in a row before it even wins. Sometimes that can happen. But the goal is to survive and rotate my accounts to kind of stay in there. That's kind of what I do. So my contract size depends on what size account we're doing. On average, I'm going to trade roughly 1 to 2 NASDAQ contracts and roughly 2 to 4 S&P contracts max. And in a small trade, I'll trade 5 micros and I'll trade 1 mini on my small trades. So on average, you're going to see me trading about 1 to 2 NASDAQs and about 2 to 4 ES on average. All of this today was accomplished with 2 NASDAQ contracts. That's it. What a good day, though. I love teaching guys. And again, questions you have for me, by all means. You didn't put a lot of thought into this. You realize, oh, what do I do? Is I just wake up and here's the fair value gap I long, or I wake up and here's the high volume node on my thing. We long. Oh, I hit VWAP I long. And you're trading your internal conversation with yourself about trading ended right there. You realize you're not really trading. Trading is just not where you enter and exit. It doesn't mean anything at all. Trading is all the stuff I was telling you about earlier. Timing, profitability, position size. This is what real trading is, managing that stuff. A good trader is going to be an expert at managing that stuff. You could randomly long and short the market and do as well as somebody putting their whole heart into charting. That part is random. But the part that you can control is all the other stuff I was talking about, where you get in, where you cut your losses. I'm waiting for the right setup that makes sense. I'm not chasing this trade in no man's land. I've got a high volume pivot here. I've got a high volume pivot here. I got a high volume pivot here. My efficiency will be great if I try the long right there and then stop, and then long right there and then stop, and then long right there and stop, because those losses will take 10 minutes to figure out if I'm wrong. Am I a Trump fan or no? See, we'll get political here, but I definitely do like Trump. What I say, I'm a fan. I live in Texas, so it's almost obligated to be a fan. I'm not as much of a fan as most people, though, but I really do like him as president, just for the reason of he gets shit done. And that's really all I care about. Whether you like what he's getting done or not, it's up to you to decide. But I like somebody that does stuff that seems to benefit, the country and does stuff, like literally is active. I think it's just cool. Like whether it's, policies you like or hate them. Obviously, nobody likes the tariffs. But maybe we'll realize it was a good idea. Maybe it's a horrible idea. But in general, I like his ferociousness of like, take no prisoners sort of mentality. I think as a leadership quality, Trump aside, that kind of quality is good in any kind of leader, like a strong, like, FU sort of mentality. I think that's kind of cool. Now, whether you like his policies or not, it's up to you to decide. Some of them I like, some of them I don't. But like, to have that kind of like that president, I always say the President Camacho. If you guys ever saw the movie Idiocracy, you guys remember Terry Crews was the president who walks out on the stage with like 2 machine guns. He's like shooting them in the air. He wore an American flag workout shirt. You guys remember the movie Idiocracy? Kind of like that kind of mentality. But yeah, so I do, but like I said, policies, I don't know, hit or miss with me, but that's with every president. There's never been a president that I've been like, oh, I love their policies. I tend to like and hate them equally. As far as like politicians go, I also kind of liked Obama. I thought he was a very good leader. He wasn't like as strong as Trump is, but he was good. I wasn't the biggest Biden fan, but again, like I say, I'm not judging people on their policies. I'm more like a leader needs to be a leader. You need to inspire people, whether they like you or don't like you. You need to be a leader. That's really what I care about. And so I really don't care. And the real answer is I really don't care about politics. I put 0 effort into it. I don't got a Trump bumper sticker on my car or anything. The only care I put into it is how it's going to affect the market, and it's pretty much it. My family didn't talk about politics at the dinner table. Nobody really cares about it here. It's not really important. We're not like die hard anything, and we don't talk to anything. Like the family's never awkward because of political, like we're indifferent. I really don't care too much. You should run for president, actually. Ro, sign up for the platform. Your charting system looks a bit different. Can I go over setting it up? Yeah, sure. So on all of this are my notes. I draw my chart automatically. Your chart should probably look like this when you load it up. You got your liquidity maps here, and that's it. If you sign up for futures data and you connect the CQG account with your futures data to it, then it opens up future stickers, and then you can load them up. I can cover that in my stream later. I'll help you through that. Just come after this. But yeah. Yeah. I realize anytime you talk about politics, half the people are going to like you, half the people are going to hate you. So I'll let you guys know y'all can all hate me equally because I don't really care. And if anybody ever talks to me about politics, I usually just go, all right, I'm going to walk away. I have 0 patience for any kind of political talk. I think people are very passionate about it, which I respect. I respect people that have passion for something, but it's not where my passions are. My passions are crushing it in the market, making money, teaching people trading. So I don't really engage. If somebody is like, I disagree with this policy, I disagree with that, I'm always like, cool. Good luck with that. Like, I'm just like super cool about people's opinions, and it doesn't really bother me if people disagree. I'm like, you do you, and you do what you want, and, be happy with it. Be a happy person. But yeah. Do I trade GC? I don't trade any commodities anymore, just equities futures because they're easier. Commodities, I found when I used to trade oil, a lot more intraday catalysts and a lot more reasons that they move for things you can't foresee. And when I traded oil 10 years ago, you had a lot of OPEC activity, right? A lot of manipulation. And back in the day, OPEC was still a really strong force, not as much anymore. These days, as U.S. exporters and the BRICS are getting stronger, and the environment is changed, the landscape is not the same. It's not as volatile, but back in the day, I mean, you would see that they would throttle, OPEC would cut and they would cut and add supply back and forth to move oil up and down all the time. You would start to see oil just crazy spikes. And because it was happening all around the clock and overnight, I just hated the idea that I always had to be aware of what was going on. Since the majority of the geopolitical stuff took place while I was sleeping, is a hard thing to trade. And the catalysts weren't so easily defined either. You wouldn't necessarily know why something happened. But in the stock market, you kind of do. We know everything that happens. The CPI, Fed, Trump says something. It never really escapes you as to like why markets fell. It's on the surface, and it's the macroeconomics are pretty easy to read. Things like gold and oil are going to have a lot of supply and demand economics, supply chain issues, things like that you wouldn't be aware of until you had to dig for the answer. It's not on the surface. If there's a miner strike at a gold mine in Africa somewhere and people are like, protesting, like, I'm not going to, work today. You may not see that on the surface of the news, and gold might be plunging. And then 10 minutes later, you get the news. It's not covered because it's in a remote area. Whereas if the CPI or Trump says something, it's like you got the news right there. So, and the same thing with oil, it was like, oil crashed, and then you find out, 30 minutes later, once the news headlines finally pick it up, it's like, oh, this country shot missile at this country, and then the other country retaliated by blocking a port. And all of a sudden, oil prices went crazily, but you couldn't trade that, right? And it happened at 3 a.m. while you were sleeping. So it's kind of like commodities in general have a lot of these things that are happening that you have no idea why, and it's harder. And so because equities index and U.S. stock market, the news takes place in the time that we're awake, much, much, much easier to trade. Yeah. So that's why I don't really do anything else but that. So they say Trump replaced OPEC. Not really. I would say that Obama lifted the export ban, over 10 years ago. And because before the export ban was lifted, we can only trade, it was all the days of the oil embargo and all that. We could only trade with Canada and Mexico. And then when we lifted the export ban, we were able to trade with anyone else. And then Russia started growing as an oil supplier. And so did other countries. Brazil was getting bigger. Everyone's getting bigger. And then at the time, OPEC tried to crash the oil market to kick everyone out so they can sell their oil to China. At the time, China was industrializing. And then all of a sudden, everyone else is ramping up their production to try to catch up. And then now everyone's a supplier. So now OPEC doesn't have as much of a stronghold as they used to. They're roughly about a third of the supply, a little bit less. But anyways, the whole point is why I don't trade gold is that the commodities tend to have a lot of things that move them that you can't really on the surface easily see, and it makes them harder to trade. To move 500 companies all at once, there's no way you're going to miss that headline, which is why index trading is so much easier. That's why I feel. How does MyFundedFutures compensate me for my time in cherry pies? That's my favorite kind of pie. They send me about one a week for the most part. They spell my name on it with cherries. And then they also eventually send me singing telegrams. A clown shows up to my house about once a day, sings a song. It's really awesome. Sometimes it's a birthday song, even when it's not my birthday. They also send me over seasoned Miss Vicky's chips. Yeah, overly seasoned chips. Yeah, for the most part. It's very good compensation, yeah. You want a cherry pie too? Cherry pies are the best. I don't know. What are you guys' favorite kind of pies, by the way? And by the way, so I'm talking about pies here. Let's talk about the market while we're waiting. Like, where can we go today, right? The S&P futures have been holding yesterday's close. A very strong, solid pivot. And the markets continue to go higher. I haven't been trying to short this. All the setup is bull today. Our monthly map show a 3-month outlook that's bullish. GD ratio is greater than half. Stocks are bullish. Nothing's really bad. If I were to take a long, it would have been off of the bull zone bottom. This is one of my ESG pivots. A 40-point run has gone off of this already. I would have taken 40 points and probably closed. But this thing can keep going all the way up to, actually, this is not supposed to be here. Let me move that. Can keep going. Move my little notes here. All right, you guys okay. What kind of pie do you like? Somebody says a free Yeti mug. Yeah, I did get a free Yeti mug. Somebody said cream pie. You stop that right now. All of you stop that right now. Okay, apple pie, blueberry, cherry pies. Very good, very good. Apple pie warm with vanilla ice cream. There you go. That's good. That's the way to do it. Francisco, really? You went there? Oh, God, y'all went there. Rhubarb's a good pie, too. Lemon's good. Yeah, I like sour tart stuff. Poontang, you guys, I swear to God. I swear to God, you guys. Y'all are Y'all are funny. Really? Did you go? You went there? I'm giving you the look. American pie, pecan pie, free Maserati. That'd be nice. Maybe when I give away, maybe on my next giveaway will be my car if I get a new car. Y'all are some freaks in here. Shepherd's pie. I like shepherd's pie. It's pretty good. Shepherd's pie is good. American pie. Matt likes Arby's pie. Never had it. Never gonna have it. German chocolate. Now, the one thing I don't do is German chocolate because I don't eat coconut. And it's just a weird thing I don't do. But I do like the flavor of coconut and I do love chocolate. But gritty coconut texture drives me crazy. And I don't know why I can't eat it. But it's like the texture drives me crazy. But I do like coconut. I could like if I eat a Mounds bar, I just what? Somebody said bazookies are the best. Oh, from BJ's. Yeah. Bazookies are good. The cookie with the ice cream on it. Boom, 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 boom. Somebody said shredded coconut is like eating hair. That's what it feels like. It's like eating like a mouthful of hair. It's gets stuck in your teeth. It drives me crazy. But I can eat like a slice of coconut. Like it's like, okay, that's so good. And I do love the flavor of coconut. Okay, so today, market's been nice and bullish. Like I said, I have really nothing else to say. I dove in right at MHP. This is one of my favorite pivots. This has been such a cool... That's so funny. The things you guys do, like the memes and stuff, this is hilarious. Somebody that AI... This guy, one of the guys. So we have this contest going in Rockseer Discord right now. It's to write an AI version of a song that we're going to use on our stream. And if we pick your song, we'll give you like a lifetime membership. We've done this contest once. It was such a hit. People have been writing all kind of songs now, but they're getting creative. They wrote like a pickle song. They wrote an IDOC song. Somebody today wrote an avocado toast song. And then today, just for like no reason whatsoever, somebody wrote a song called The Tale of Slightly Fatter Matt. And then they made this post. And so apparently this is Matt the Hulk after he put on a few more LBs, because this is my normal slightly. This is Matt as Shrek. So apparently I'm the Hulk, but like the Hulk after he's had, like his off season. This is his bulking phase, okay? This is bulking. Okay, I'm not cutting yet. I'll be cutting soon, but this is what somebody made in chat to go with the new song. And the guy that wrote the song, I'd play it for you guys. However, it's probably not safe for work like all the other songs he wrote. So definitely definitely looks like Slimer from Ghostbusters, doesn't it? Anyways, we have a lot of fun in our Discord for sure. Lifetime immediately. So that's Matt that's Matt having way too many green days. That's what somebody said. I'm getting fat from the greenness. But that's hilarious. Well, it's been a fun day. It's been a fun night, fun afternoon. So I'm kind of chilling and waiting for the day. Did you guys trade today? Anybody longing, shorting? This bull market has just been like so fun. I mean, I usually start off the day taking a little bit of red, but then I end up recovering by the end of the day. I don't think I pushed the short button in like a month now at this point. Been nice and good. You're shorting gold? Oh, okay, cool. Shorting gold pretty well. Oh, very nice. Very nice. Very nice. Shorting CL. You passed MyFundedFutures and passed 2 top steps. Way to go. Way to go. Congrats. Yeah. Very nice. Have you guys all bought your 50% off MyFundedFutures account? The one that you can buy? Oh, I said one forbidden word. Oh, I can't. Yeah. I have to undo that. You guys got it funded? You guys all got it? Cool. Very nice. The 50% off, Abhishek put it up there. Yeah, so you get basically like half off of your first account that you buy with the coupon. You found out that you're the clown that shows up to your own house. You sing your own singing telegrams staring at the mirror. That's funny. So that's it. All right. Okay. So this is the time, my guys, open up the floor to questions. Do you guys have a question about anything in general, about me, my trading, about my history, my journey? Like, this is where you guys can kind of ask me whatever. Hi, this is Matt. Ask me anything. So part of the day, there's not always a trade to happen. Obviously, I'd be long if I was still trading, although most of my accounts are pretty much maxed out, so I'm not making any more. What I do after a big trading day, I usually trade until the end of the day, or I stream until the end of the day. And as soon as I'm done with that, I teach my boot camp for 3 hours. Then after that, I have kind of like the same routine. I work out pretty much every day, or do yoga or something. Like I have a routine. So I work out 3-4 days a week. Usually like 2 or 3 of those are boot camp. 1 or 2 of those is a yoga or a Pilates or something. IDOC and I go together and we're doing this fitness thing. And then I come home, cook dinner. But it's probably the same routine. I don't really do much else. But, you know, it's like, I do that. I go out there and I have a garden. So I like to like water my plants and take care of like I grow vegetables and stuff. I do a lot of that. I also like to drop codes on my screen. Wait, what? Wait, what happened? I just had a bit of deja vu. What was I talking about? I like to drop codes on my screen. Where did that come from? Wait, what? Where am I? What the heck? What's going on? The Matrix just glitched? What was I talking about? Where was I? Oh, what I like to do for fun. So, you guys get it. But that's my routine. It's pretty normal. Hey, take care of Pickle. IDOC and I hang out, you know, we do a little bit of stuff. And she's a streamer too. She streams on Twitch. So usually in the evenings, I'll be like catching up with the business, you know, because I run a couple of businesses, a Rocket Scooter and Rocket Place and stuff. So I do the business stuff, development work, you know, admin work, you know, stuff with the customers. And I'm always catching up with the chat. But basically, I'm working 24/7 usually, which I love because I love my job. And then I'll be moderating her chat while she's streaming and having fun with it. So he says, what do you think is going to happen into the trading industry after, say, 5 years when AI tools are very powerful? Not much. And I've had this talk with other people before. I don't think AI is actually going to affect trading as much as people think that it will, simply due to the fact that there are no patterns in the market. Agree with that or disagree with that? Take the stance that, for devil's advocate, take the stance that you're going to take my side, that there's no pattern in the market. The market's completely random. And therefore, there is no pattern to derive. And AI, just being as good as it is a pattern recognizing machine. You can't derive any sort of thing. Maybe AI will be more efficient at cutting losses and like trading better if programmed well. But if AI is programmed to trade like we trade, it's going to be just as bad as we are. No matter how good it's going to be, it's never going to be able to find some innate pattern in the market because there isn't one. So AI is going to have to behave like a human and control its risk and control its reward and things. And AI is going to ultimately need a winning trading strategy. And when there's not really a lot of winning trading strategies floating around, I don't think anybody's AI machine is going to be able to beat the stock market and infinitely make money. As Tal said, drop the questions. Have I used vector candles before? I haven't used vector candles, no. Any reason not to use platform and trade options intraday with it? You can. Like I swing trade options. The only really time I touch options. And with options trades, people are very they do a lot of really cool stuff. An example is if you know when you open in a bull zone, you're likely to close in a bull zone. Whether it goes up, goes down and comes up, or goes flat, all those conditions are true, and that's usually what you see. So what people usually do is they'll utilize this to sell vertical credit spreads, to sell a put spread. You know, you buy your put there, you sell your put there, or whatever. You can sell the put spread or buy the put spread, however you want to frame this. You know, sell your puts, buy your puts. Here you'll put time, maybe you'll sell 3 of those, or every one of those you buy, whatever. And the idea is you're just betting that the market doesn't break that area. And then with selling the put spread or buying the put spread, you'll be able to establish a credit, if it's a credit spread, by just betting that you don't close below bull zone. And a lot of people do 0-day credit spreads using rock scooters. One of the most useful applications of this in the equities world. As people are betting that, well, we're not likely to break from bull zone to bear zone. Let me bet that we don't go bearish, right? And so you're not really betting on direction. It's much easier to bet that something just doesn't happen. So an example in trading futures, if you're long and market goes up, you make money. If you're long, the market goes down and you stop and goes up, you lose money. But in both of those cases, you won one and lost one. But in the options case, you won both of them. You have more opportunities to win betting that something doesn't happen rather than futures is trying to bet that something does happen. What I call the not trade bet, that something's not going to happen, gives you much more flexibility in some of your trading. Yeah. Is the stream going to end soon? Yeah, in about 15 minutes, but then I'll be live on my channel. What is your now I have enough money amount? So that's a great question, right? There's no such thing. I trade every single time, no matter what, when my trade's set up every time, because probabilistically I have to trade them every single time. The only time I stop trading is when I'm forced to stop trading, as in I've hit all my consistency limits for the day. I can't trade anymore. But for something that has, imagine you have something that has 70% chance of happening. You have to hit it every time, whether you've made a lot or whether you lost a lot. That shouldn't impact how often you trade, because you have to hit it every time such that over time the odds realize. So I don't ever stop when I've made a certain amount of money, because I don't consider it making money. I consider it trading probabilities, which means I have to attack it whether I've made money or not. So it doesn't affect my decision. Having an arbitrary limit on where you stop means nothing to you. If you do that, you need a psychological control, and that's okay. But you should evolve to the point that you don't need psychological control. That because you've made a lot, you're not scared of trading further, and because you've lost a lot, you're not scared of trading further. You trade whether you lost or not lost, or won or not won. Yeah. We looked at VIX Contango a few weeks ago after contract rollover 21.6. Today it was different, like 18.3. Can I talk about why it changed? So VIX right now, let me show you guys, speaking of VIX, let's pull this up, right? Let me look on Thinkorswim, and you can see I'm going to type in VIX. I don't know. Let's just type in something. Right now, the current VIX contract is 1723. Tomorrow, Wednesday morning, VIX monthly options expire, and we're going to roll into a new VIX futures contract. Usually when I roll, is around that Wednesday. And so as we roll up into July is trading at 1722, August is 1930, September is 2060. Contango is very normal, Levi, for a bull market. And when the forward curve flattens, which is right about December contract, it goes to like 2130, and then it turns to backwardation. It tells you that the market's very healthily bullish, because Contango is definitely a bull sign. And you might say, well, VIX is going up. How's that bullish? Well, what happens is more and more people are long. Therefore, there's more and more people with puts. And the nearer term puts within a 23 to 37-day window is what causes VIX to move. And that's what VIX futures is pricing in. It's a tiny little window of 30 days of SPX options. So whenever the SPX options are spread out a little further away from each other, like more people are long, so the probability is higher, everybody's options are spread out, that means the VIX goes up. It just means there's more people buying insurance on the market in case it drops. So Contango is a healthy side effect of a bull market. When the forward curve is flattening, you can tell people's appetite on the time frame. This is bullish through December, according to VIX. And the reason why VIX would change drastically as future contracts are either pulling down or going up, it just so happens to be usually planning for future events. Like if you knew Trump was going to have a meeting in a month, it's a crucial meeting to the trade war, that particular month would inch slightly higher as more people are hedging in that particular month. But if that meeting takes place, that meeting is canceled, that month's particular VIX future would drop significantly because you no longer are pricing in that possible volatility. That's a good question, though. Just keep in mind that Contango is not something that's scary. It's something that is normal in a bull market. And so pretty healthy. On Wednesday, we'll be rolling up into VIX that's roughly 2 points higher for the next month's contract in August. And that's not to be worried, because anything below 20 on the VIX is considered pretty safe and bullish. That's my gauge as a rule of thumb. VIX futures, current month is 20, and you roll into something that's about 20, you're pretty okay, I think, as far as average volatility, which keeps your oscillation throughout the day roughly 40 points NASDAQ, 10 points S&P. Just like we are right now, you're not going up and down more than 40 points on a normal news day with no bad news or something. Good question. And again, it's really hard to wrap your head around any of that stuff. If I just confuse half of you and 10 of you just fall asleep and 30 of you unsubbed, I understand this math is crazy stupid sometimes. It's important to understand, but if you guys have any questions about how that works, I can always try to explain it differently, but I can hang on backwardation. It's futures, futures textbook stuff. You got to kind of learn anyways. How to figure out my trading strategy? Years of playing around. My first thing I discovered was I used the CME Group's span protocol, which sets margin requirements to reverse engineer the actual range for margin requirements. That's what we call the DD bands. And the bands are very strong high volume pivots that are based on margin requirements. It's very cool. And risk interval was the first thing we made with it. If we touch the screen line, you will see huge volume spike due to this effect. And essentially, I thought it was very cool that I can actually, find volume pivots from margin requirements. Then it just took me on this rabbit hole to use every single thing that the CME Group ever did to control the market, because the Globex has all these control systems on it to try to find volume pivots. And then once I learned from somebody from our community was teaching me about options many years ago, then I started discovering that options were a whole wealth of volume information too. My goal was, can I predict volume? It's hard to predict the stock market and direction, but can I use mathematics to find volume, right? Can I see where traders will be versus can I predict which way the market's going to go? It's a very different strategy. Remember, I told you guys, if I get in at the right place, I can cut my losses small because I traded at the right spot. Today, this bull zone bottom, right? This is a high volume pivot. And as you see, as we're bouncing off of it, you can see some volume appearing. There's hedging volume here. There's bulls here. And so because I can make sure I long at the right spot, it very much increases my entry efficiency, right? So the idea was, can I continue to find as much volume as I can in the market? Because while it is easy to predict that there will be traders here, it's impossible to predict, are they bulls or bears, or who's going to win? So it doesn't matter, but if I'm right or wrong, at least I'm wrong from the right spot. Does that comment make sense to you guys? That I'm wrong at the right spot so I can get out of the trade quicker and better without like extended drawdown? Like if you long right here and you lose, you are actually right from the wrong spot. That's why you lost. So if I long here, at least I'm right or wrong from the right spot, not the wrong spot, and therefore my efficiency goes up, right? So finding volume was like the key to what I was doing. When do I take a short? In bear markets? And when I have a short, I basically two criteria I use to short. Either A, this indicator top left that I'm circling needs to be less than half for the stocks to be bearish, or I need this orange line to be less than 0 for the hedging to be bearish. If this is greater than 50 and this is greater than 0, I'm not pushing the short button. I haven't pushed the short button over a month at all. So somebody says, thank you, Matt, as always. Brilliant. Well, I appreciate giving you guys the answers to stuff. The Diddy bands are in chat. You guys are so funny. DD stands for doomsday, but people call it the Diddy just to be funny. Is Rocksphere integrated with TradingView? No. So we basically white labeled TradingView and built like a TradingView on crack version. We made our own TradingView version because TradingView was not as sophisticated on its own to be able to do what we needed it to do. So we had to build our own version around TradingView. So we have our own special TradingView version. It has all the native TradingView stuff in it, like you see right here, but it also has our connections to our server with a little bit more extended features. The last time I shorted was the first time you saw my stream. It's been a while, right? Yeah, it's been a while. So I'm glad you guys had a big win today. That's really, really cool. The platform is impressive. Thank you. And it's actually like a community effort. Part of the Rocksphere community is very involved research community. I mean, a lot of people contribute to the knowledge base, and our job is very simple. It's most trading applications or programs are going to try to guess the price direction of the market. And that's where a lot of traders put a lot of their faith. And ultimately, over time, the market is unpredictable. And therefore, over time, without good risk management, trading strategies are going to fail. So we knew that. And we try to build everything that we build on the premise of, okay, well, the stock market is random. So let's not try to predict direction. Let's start there. Let's build our framework on top of the idea that you can't predict the stock market. Now can we make a winning approach there? And anybody that's trying to find their own winning approach, I'm not saying what I do is going to work for you or not work for you. It needs anybody, but inspire you to try to find your own winning approach. Try to set realistic expectations. Like, It's not, let me shop around. I'm going to buy the right thing from the right guru, and he's got the magic sauce that predicts the market. It doesn't exist. I mean, I looked around for a while in my early days. The mathematician to me was like, you can't predict this stuff. This is just a sum of human randomness, and you're not going to be able to predict it. You don't know people's motivations and how much money they have and who's doing what at what time. You'll never be able to figure that out. So can I make something that I can figure out that's consistent? I don't care if I'm right or wrong. I just need to be consistent. That way my approach is consistent. Whether I'm right or wrong, as long as I'm longing from where volume will be, at least I'm right or wrong from the right spot. So I have control. That's bigger impact on my trading than predicting the market direction. Like I said, I'm going to do a challenge at some point called the Random Market Challenge. I'm going to let you guys pick a random direction, and I'm just going to randomly do it. I promise you, I will make money in that account letting you guys pick the direction. Completely random to me, just by controlling my position size, my risk management. I'm going to do this challenge just to show off. I believe in this so much that I believe you don't even need to have a trading strategy to make money. You just need to have a position management and betting strategy. Because poker players do it. The cards that flip over are random. You don't control any of that at all. The dealer controls that. Poker is 100% based on your betting. You just play the odds that you're given. And for funsies, yeah, I'll do it. It doesn't matter. I'll on the next volume pivot, I'll let the community vote for me, and I'll say long or short, and then I'll just long or short. Or maybe I'll just randomly do it at a specific point in time. The idea is just to prove that it's not as important as you think that it is. I promise you my performance probably won't be that great because I'm randomly longing and selling, but I promise you it won't be that bad either. It's to really emphasize how important controlling your position is. It'll be pretty challenging. Maybe I'll see what I can do with like a 10K account or something. It'll be challenging, but the idea is that risk position management, I'll have to design it where there's an element of randomness where you guys pick, but not that you guys pick dumb things either. It has to be some kind of like, where I don't have control over the direction, but just the position size to kind of show you that that's like the most important part. So hopefully that'll work for fun, just to see what we can do. You'll tell me to short every time, right? And so if you guys pick short, I have to figure out, again, I want to design a competition that really emphasizes position management as the key portion of any strategy. And hopefully that we can do something fun with that, just to have fun. Somebody said time to go run some Warzone. I love playing Warzone. Is there a PDF or something in the Discord row? There is an acronyms channel that shows what they all stand for. It just has like a little glossary. I think it's called Glossary. It's in the same channel as the bootcamp stuff. Random number generator chat names. How do you do risk management with the 50K account? This is a whole loaded question. I've got 2 minutes left. So Larry and everybody, I'll continue answering your questions. You guys go over to my stream. I'll be live in about 2 minutes on my YouTube. I'll continue to answer your question. There's a whole process on how to do risk management, position sizing in a 50K account. I can tell you how you do it. All about everything says buy low, sell high. There you go. How do I get all those zone bottoms, etc.? The platform calculates them. It's automated. Yeah. So anyways, guys, I didn't make any trades on the stream. I kind of already, capped out. I thought about hopping in on a trade right here while we're sitting pretty in my MyFunded account, but I didn't. Instead, I just kind of hung out, and I've done a pretty good day today. Like I said, in my funded accounts, total's been 13K, which has been fun. As trading 9 accounts is hard, but it's been fun to learn how to do this. My YouTube channel. Oh, let me show you guys. We'll be live here, and you guys are welcome to join us. We always close down the afternoon here at MyFunded TV. This is obviously, I love it here, but here's my link. That's actually linked to the live stream. That'll be live in a little bit. We'll see you guys over there for sure, but I really appreciate you guys coming and tuning in, asking questions. Is there a tutorial? Yeah, we have tutorials and stuff. But again, I wasn't trying to make this about selling the platform or whatever, as you guys are just asking questions about it. But on my channel, I do the same thing. I teach, I talk, I help you guys just like everyone else here. Thanks to Tom. Thanks to everyone that was running the show. Of course, thanks for MyFundedFutures generosity, helping us grow this to be the biggest. Again, I'm aiming for #1 with this channel. Hopefully you guys are too, supporting MyFunded TV. I want to see this as the biggest trading TV channel there is. And I'm here for the long haul. So I hope that we keep growing. We're one of the biggest already in the few couple months we've been doing it. So it's amazing. So thank you, MFFU. Love you guys. Thank you, hosts. Thank you, producers, everyone back there. And thank you, community, for for being the best community there is. I will see you live on my channel. I'll be live for the rest of the afternoon. See you go. See y'all later.
Yeah. Charts scribbled like hieroglyphs, secrets in the mist. Candlesticks whisper, every wick got a twist. Fibonacci spiral, price dance in a trance. Pyramids of profits if you catch the right glance.
Inner circle move, shadows on the screen. Trading on the edge, chasing that dream. Cipher in the candles, fortune in the haze. The cipher in the riddle, money through the maze.
Liquidity hunts, snipers in the dark. Stop loss graves marked by the market shark. Order block sermons, preaching through the pain. Catch the ICT code, ride the profit train.